Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the final week of streams before Christmas. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope everyone is having a good time. Hope everyone had a great weekend watching everyone play the Duelist Cup. Sorry for no stream during the Duelist Cup, but it was like I don't know. I had a pretty busy Friday and Saturday, so I wanted the Sunday just to be like a just like a chill day off. And I wasn't really motivated that much starting that late into the Duelist Cup anyways, so I didn't play it, but I still saw that a lot of people did. I saw a lot of people stream, and it was pretty fun tuning into some of these streams over the weekend, so that is that. And before we even do the warm-up, I believe, I don't know if it's confirmed or not. Maybe you guys can help me out on whether how known or like how confirmed this information is, but I believe Ryan Yu has won the Duelist Cup. I believe he has won, but I don't know if it's 100% certain, because I think this is the ranking 1 hour before the cutoff. Let me check in game real quick before we even do any warming up. What do you mean advice on using runic tip? You just search any runic card you want. Confirmed. So, hold up. Duelist Cup currently being tallied is what it says. Well, I have a astounding 0 DP to my name. So this is the 5 a.m. one. This is the 5 a.m. one, and it has Ryan on 82k, and it has this RJ YouTube at 81.9, which is not even one game apart. Not even one game apart. So who has RJ confirmed that he has not been able to win another game in the last hour? Like has he said, or have they said they weren't able to pass Ryan? Like what happened? They have confirmed it? Okay, that's if that's the case. If that is the case, huge congratulations to Ryan Yu, and I believe that means we are going to see Team 7 back at Worlds again next year, so they can try to get a rematch in, that's exciting. Well done. Did Ryan actually just not play? Was he just ahead by 300 points and just said like, "Nah, I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore." That is such a Giga Chad thing to do. That is such a crazy thing to do, to just be like, yeah, if if the other guy wins one game, you're just done. You just lose. You kind of did that in the last hour. I did that, but there was more space between me and Quantal than one game. So One time he was ahead like 8k points and just took a 45-minute break to see if someone comes close. I mean, if you have 8k lead, yeah, it's fair to say to take a break. Anyways, congratulations to Ryan. Does anyone know what Ryan was playing? Was it Dragon Link? Was it Lab? What was it? I assume it was Dragon Link, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was Lab. Dragon Link. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. It unironically seemed like a relatively fun Duelist Cup this time around. I kind of like the current Master Duel meta. I like the current Master Duel meta. Like a decent amount of like Dragon Link, the Dragon Link, Vanquish Soul. It seems kind of fun. Of course, you always have the freaking stun Troll Despair Andes in these Duelist Cups, but it is what it is. X Crazy, thank you for the 19. Shimmer Scanners, thank you for the 14. Akunum, thank you for the 19. Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna see more of the Master Duel meta today because I noticed this morning that I still haven't done my Master 1 climb yet, so we're gonna do that today. We're gonna climb to Masters today, after the warm-up and after looking at some new cards. But also, you know, we've got some exciting new cards, by the way. Like there's some, I haven't read the cards yet, but Twitter was full of like, oh, Lightsworn support, Ancient Gear support, that kind of stuff. So we're gonna look at that in a bit. We're also gonna do the 2012 Yu-Gi-Oh recap today. I have decided that today is the day where we recap the year 2012. So we're gonna take a look at that. And yeah, just play some Master Duel. I think it's gonna be fun. But let's do the warm-up first. Let us do the warm-up first, and then see what's up with the new cards. Naruto, thank you for the Prime, appreciate you. Also, Hidrisu Alpha, thank you for D5, appreciate that. So hyped for today's ban list. Where's this entire today's ban list meme coming from? Or like people are saying today is the ban list day. I hope not. I hope not, because I'm dropping my ban list discussion / prediction video today. Surely they wouldn't do it to me on the same day. That'd be kind of cruel. So yeah, please don't. At least wait a couple days. All right, let's warm up. Let's guess some cards, shall we? OCG will get it on Sunday. Oh, right, because the OCG has confirmed dates. It's kind of cringe of them, honestly, to just have confirmed dates, you know? Like, just kind of know when the balance is going to happen. That's kind of cringe, isn't it, chat? Isn't it? It couldn't be me. It couldn't be us. Waver, thank you for the 19. Appreciate you. All right, let's get some cards. And right off the bat, I have no idea. Phenomenal. Whatever that is. Ooh. That is Rat Pier. What? That's the same card. Lumen. I'm just copying homework at this point. Ooh, I know this. Do I know this? Is this one of the Jins? No, it's not. Oh, it's the Earth guy. I don't know what he's called. Cataclysmic Crusted Calcifida. I've seen it, but I didn't remember the name. Is that a first? What, the same card appearing twice? No, that's happened before. Oh, is that Mask? I don't know. I don't think it's Masquerade. No. Sky Magician? What is Sky Magician? Sky... This one? Oh, that's the one. Okay. Is this Kuribon? Please be Kuribon. Nice. Star Seraph. Star Seraph. Scale, right? Yeah. Enrix, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Ooh, that's a Kaiju card. Kaiju. Is it Capture Mission? It is Capture Mission. Okay, nice. This looks familiar. Satellar. No. Oh, this is the Meteonis, right? Meteonis. I don't know which one of the two. Okay, I think I picked the wrong one. Yep. 50-50 has been lost as per usual. Gladiator Lash. Benny Me, thank you for the 18. Lash. Yes. Performapal. Ooh, which one is that? I don't know. I'm skipping. Bit Bite Turtle. Okay. That is just red eyes. Red eyes. Black dragon. Up. I believe this one's called Kitai Sai. Something like the Kisai Tai. Not Kitai Sai. Mixed it up. Therion. Therion Duke, I think. This one, yeah. Raid Raptor, I'm skipping. I'm pretty sure it's a Raid Raptor. Yeah, some Lanius. It's the hero Electrum, but it's not the card Electrum, so Majesty Alchemist. Picked up. Oh, that's tuning. I thought that was a card name for a second when you said caked up, and then I realized, goddamn, okay, this is Fright for this is a tiger, right? Is that a tiger? Oh, it's a saber tooth again. Is that just Uriah? Might be. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know Uriah's background had that color. I thought it was a different color for some reason. It's not Berserk Soul. No, it's not Berserk Soul. It's a skill successor. The trap card, yeah. Speed Duel card, by the way. Utopia card. I'm skipping. Wait, no, this is Utopia. I know this one actually. Utopia Prime. Yeah. Take it back. Not skipping. This is a ritual spell. What's the archetype? This is the ritual for Saphira, right? The hymn of light. That's the one. Yep. Ooh, this is something Dread Scythe. This one? Yep. Infernity Break. All right, so far so good. Shadol Fusion. Ooh. I feel like I know this one. It's a rocket, but nah. I don't know which one. Boral Cooling, okay. What is that? I don't know what that is. Gear Breed. Okay. This looks very familiar. It's a Performa Pal. It's Monkey Board, yeah. That's why it looked familiar. Oh, this is Ritual Beast, the Steeds. The trap card, yeah. Is this Plush Fire? Yeah. Damn, we're getting like 2015 throwbacks in here. Like 3 back to back, 2015, 2016. This one I have no idea what it is, I don't think. Yeah. Yeah. No shot. Another Performapal. This is the wolf, Silverclaw. Silverclaw? That one. What are these called? Chrysalis? This should be Pantail. Yeah. This is a cubic. And it looks like it's giving me the middle finger. Okay, but it's not actually the hand. Okay, fair. Oh, that's V-Jam. Iron. Yep. That's a cool artwork. I've not seen it before, I don't think. Hollow Giant. That looks cool. Scareclaw. Uh, Astra. Bellow. Scareclaw. Balloon. Balloon. Ah. Oh, what is that? That looks different in the TCG. I'm pretty sure. Mary. That has a different artwork in the TCG, right? She doesn't have those horns. I'm pretty sure. That's Alma. What's going on here? Oh, it's the vanilla with 2000 defense. Some rat. Prevent rat? Prevent rat. Yeah. You know what? I'll just throw a green layer out here. No, unfortunate. Aeroboros? What the hell is an Aeroboros? Oh, it is a Quantal Beast. Okay. God damn it. Oh, it's the green Xyz. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Okay, so I was close. Don't know what that is. Yangzing Prana. Okay. Is this a Prankets card? It's the... Is that Pandemonium again? I don't think so. This is the one that pops spell and traps, right? Weather Washer. Yeah. Dragoonity. Oh, is that Pilum? No. Remus? Is it Remus? It is Remus. Okay. It's not Into the Void, but this is the Reborn thingy, Shuffle Reborn. You played that in Zodiac. Looks like a BA from the coloring. It is a BA. Is that Malakota? It is Malakota. Subterra card. That's just Hidden City, I think. Please? Yeah, okay. It's not torrential. I think it's forced back. Shape Sister? Yeah. This is a Lunalight. Is it a Luna? I'm not sure. It might not be. I thought it was a Lunalight card, but I'm not so sure anymore. Wind Witch Chimes. Okay, it's not. That is Beryl Canary. Yeah. Ooh. I don't... That Witchcrafter? Hane. Witchcrafter Hane. Big Tusked Mammoth. That's the one, I think. Flaming Eternity, I believe. Very old card. Don't know what that is. Reptilian Poison. Oh, the Claw. It's not Silver Claw. It's like some Vicious Claw, I think. Yeah. Vicious Claw? Yeah. Definitely not lying. Thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that. Naturia Cliff. I think. Please? No. What? Which one is it? Cosmo Beat? All right, Cliff is it's the rock. Yeah. Dude, we have 8.99. We need to guess one card. I've seen it. It's like Wave Blast intercepting something. Intercept Wave. Could have gotten that. Pole position. It's either pole position or it's the tank. That's okay, it's pole position. Thank God. This is a Joanne. San Joan. Yeah. It's not Hoplimus, it's the trap card. Almost 1,000, man. That could have we could have gotten there almost. Defensive tactics. Yeah, it's the I think it was the Vaboku for Gladiator Beast. There was a time in like 2009 or something like that where they made like support cards for Gladiator Beast that were just worse than existing cards. Like there was like a Vaboku that was worse for, like it was just a worse Vaboku for Glad Beast and shit like that. Don't say not even 1K, man. That was a good round. It was a good round. I felt good about that. And you said not even 1K. Don't do that. They made an anti-Glad Beast card in 2011 for some random reason. I mean, that was it was the bad enemy controller, right? The Gladiator taming. I don't have a problem with that concept in general. Like, because Gladiator Beast was really, really, really popular. I think it's okay to make like counter cards to specific archetypes or whatever. Like that's fine. I just thought it was weird that they made like Gladiator Beast support cards that were just straight up like worse than existing cards, right? Because you couldn't even, I believe the Vaboku for Glad Beasts was not even called a Gladiator Beast card, so you couldn't even add it back with like a quest or something like that. So it had like no synergy. So it was just a straight up worse Vaboku that no one ever played, right? So might as well just not do it. Aroma Seraphy Joshman, thank you for the 4 months. I guess. Let's try against this card. All right. We're looking at a high level monster from back in the day with high attack, high defense. Let's try Judgment Dragon. In the spirit of Lightsworns. All right, it is not Judgment Dragon. It is lower than level 8, higher than level 4, not light, not dark, not a dragon, not a warrior, between 1600 and 2900, defense between 1500 and 2600, and the year is 2009 to 2014. What about an Abyss Megalo? Does that work? Everything works. Not it, though. It is a level 7 from the year 2009, 2010, 2011. From those 3 years, we have a level 7 monster that is a wind, earth, or wind, earth, or fire. It could be Machina Fortress? Maybe. What's the defense? It could be Machina Fortress. It's not Machina Fortress. It is a level... It is an Earth monster from the year 2009, though. 2009 Earth level 7. And the attack is... what about... What level is Behemoth? The guy... Where is it? This one. Oh, that's 2005. That's way older. That's not the one. It is level 7, but it's not the one. Level 7 Earth monster. Mega Rock? Mega Rock's like way older than that as well. Mega Rock is the Lost Millennium. That's 2005, yeah. What happened in 2009? Baboon? Ooh, green baboon. It's not, it could be, it's not green baboon. That's the one I was thinking of, but it could be yellow baboon. Let me see if the defense matches. I think it's yellow baboon. Yeah. It's yellow baboon. Honestly, this one wasn't that hard, but not because this card was well known, but because green baboon has like same stats, level, attribute, anything. Like everything is the same. And green baboon is a very iconic Yu-Gi-Oh card, at least for people that played back in the day. Like I don't know if green baboon ever was or played a big role in the anime or something like that. But for me, as someone who played in, like, green baboon was freaking, you know, I miss green baboon, man. Why did they butcher my boy? Why did they butcher my boy so badly, man? Now I'm sad. Now I'm sad for my boy green baboon. Nexo, thank you for the 8 months. I have not considered Furious Dragon as a duality target for the deck. Simply, there's a couple things I think you can improve about the deck. Simply because I picked up, like, literally when I said I decided to play the deck on the Friday, that was not a bit. You know, I did decide to play the deck on Friday. And the duality idea also was, the duality idea was on Friday, so like I think there's things like that you can try. I think other things like also Centurion Legacia I think is great in the deck, but I didn't realize that on a Friday, so I think there's definitely ways to improve it. All right, Tamako, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate the support, everybody. Let us hop into the content for today, and first things first, we've had a couple of new support cards released over the last couple of days that we can take a look at now. And since we haven't, like the last stream was last Thursday, there's actually quite a few of them that we can talk about. Now, I have read none of these beforehand, but I have seen that some of these have made the rounds on like Twitter and stuff, so I'm hoping for some good stuff here. I know that there's some interesting support cards for some very, very, very old archetypes like Ancient Gear and Lightsworn in here, so let's hop right over to YG Organization and look at these new cards. I'm going in release order. I think this one is the oldest news, and we're going old to new releases. This card is called Quartet Wonky. And it's a rank 4 Earth Beast Xyz effect monster with 0 attack and 2600 defense. And it reads unaffected by other cards' effects. That's always scary. If this card is Xyz summoned or once per turn during your standby phase, attach the top 3 cards of your deck to this card as material. Then apply this effect based on the number of monsters it has as material. 4 or less, give control of it to your opponent. 5 or more, take 400 damage for each material currently attached to this card, and if you do, destroy all monsters you control. Wait, what's the point of this? During your standby phase... This is just a meme card, right? This is just a... I mean, actually, the name is literally wonky. That card's just for fun, right? I'm not gonna I'm not gonna I'm not gonna invest too much brain power into thinking about this because this card's not good. It's funny though. It's funny. You give it to your opponent and it blows up their field. Well, yeah, okay, I get that because it says you make it with 2 monsters, right? And then it attaches 3 cards from the top of your deck. But it counts the number of monsters it has as material, which doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily all monsters because it attaches 3 random cards from the top of your deck. So if it's like, if it attaches like spells and traps, it's going to go to your opponent, right? It's going to go to your opponent, and then the idea is that your opponent also has to attach cards to it, and eventually, once it reaches 5 or more monsters, your opponent, ideally your opponent has it, right? You want your opponent to have it, and then in their standby phase, they're gonna take massive damage and destroy all the other monsters. But like, it still is a bad card, I think. Most likely, because you have to summon it with 2 monsters, then you have to quote unquote get lucky. You attach 3 cards from your deck to it, and if it's 3 monsters, then you literally lose the game. Pretty much, right? Because then it immediately has 5 monsters, so it will never go to your opponent. You'll just keep it. It's a big Zeus card. It is. That is. You know, the problem with that is like, you don't keep it. No, if you hit 3 monsters with this effect, you keep it. If you hit 3 monsters, you keep it. But then it does blow itself up, true. This card's bad. This card's bad. Let's not talk about it. It's not a good card. It's funny though. It's funny. You don't keep it. You keep control of it, and then it pops itself. It's not unaffected by its own effect, actually, which is also kind of dumb, I suppose, but yeah. All right, moving on to hopefully relevant cards. Never mind, it's a lore card, I guess. It's anime support, so probably only semi-relevant, but nonetheless. We have Master of Dragon Magia. It looks like a fusion of Blue Eyes Ultimate and freaking Dark Magician of Chaos, something like that. It requires Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, there you go, or 3 Blue Eyes monsters, plus 1 Chaos or Black Luster Soldier Ritual monster. Okay. So, quite hard to summon, say the least. Quite hard to summon. This is easier to get out than people think. I mean, okay, Illusion of Chaos does count, which is a playable Chaos Ritual monster, you know, that you can play everywhere. But let's see what it does first. Must be fusion summoned. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. You can only activate this effect of this card's name in response to each card type, monster, spell, trap once per turn. If this face-up card leaves the field by your opponent, you can special summon a Blue Eyes monster or a Chaos Ritual monster or a Black Luster Soldier Ritual monster from your grave or extra deck. Now, this doesn't specify ignoring its summoning conditions, so you cannot, like, summon stuff that hasn't been properly summoned before. That, you know, you cannot summon everything with this, but still. The first effect, of course, is powerful. The first effect is powerful, but I'm not sure how, like, because it's basically 2 Omni Negates on 1 card, right? That's the way I see it. In theory, it's 3, but, you know, it's 2023, and this card comes out in 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, trap cards don't count. It's not a triple Omni. Let's not act like it's a triple Omni Negate. It's a freaking monster. It negates 1 monster and 1 spell, which is powerful. I guess having the negate for evenly is good, but, like, you know, like, in very, 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 very rare occasions, it's gonna be 3 negates with like impermanent evenly around, I suppose. Okay, let's count it as a double omni negate with a small bonus, you know, with a small chance of being a triple omni. But I just calling it a triple negate is definitely overstating it. The question is, how do you realistically summon this card? Because yes, you can replace Blue Eyes Ultimate with King of the Swamp, and the Chaos Ritual monster can be Illusion of Chaos, which is a pretty splashable card, right? But like, are we gonna do that? Here's the combo for anyone interested, and then you show me Alpha Zeta. Alpha Zeta is what you tell is what you're showing me. You know, like no, denied. You have been denied. It works. It does work. I'm not saying it doesn't work. The card, in fact, yes, the Yu-Gi-Oh card printed here is possible to summon. Yeah. It is. In fact, it is not a completely useless piece of cardboard that cannot legally be put on the board. Yes, it can be summoned, but only because you can summon it does not mean you should summon it. You know, I think there are much easier ways to build end boards, even with opening freaking Alpha Zeta against no hand trap. You know, if this was something that had like, the only deck I could see this, even that I don't think you would ever do, is like a heck, like a weird freaking branded version can probably summon it if you play like King of the Swamp and whatever, you know. You can't play this in branded. It's 8+. What do you mean 8+? Isn't there a branded fusion that summons Lubellion and Albion only summon 8 or lower? Both? I thought one of them was 8 or more and one of them was 8 or lower. You probably know better than me, to be fair. Hold up. Lubellion, the Searing Dragon. So that summons 8 or lower. Albion, the Branded Dragon. No, they both summon 8 or lower. Yeah. Okay, yeah, then I take it back. I don't see which deck wants to summon this. Cartesia is 8 or higher. Okay, Cartesia could summon it, but like, you know, like having to draw Illusion of Chaos and not use it, right? Because you have to have it in your hand. And then you have to have a King of the Swamp in your hand that you're also not using for its effect. You're just like, it's not good. I don't think this is like, even though it's hypothetically summonable, I don't think you're going to go through all the work to get the, you know, the double negation or sometimes triple negation. Like, you can just do better things, I think. I'm pretty sure you can just do better things. But it's not impossible to summon, yeah. But, yeah. It's kind of cool, though. I think this is kind of what you want, like, these kind of nostalgia anime support cards to be like. You kind of want them to be playable, but not like outright broken, right? Just like in a way where the people that are already committed to playing anime decks or whatever, which is a fine thing to be, like, it's, if that's the way you play the game, that's completely fine by me. You know, it's kind of cool even. You know, so that they can play them, but they're not gonna ruin the game in any capacity or whatever. The only problem, quote unquote, that I have with this card is that I don't love the way it interacts with your opponent, right? Because like, it's not a very, I don't think it's a cool design trait to just give it like 3 possible negates, right? Like, that's like kind of weird, champ, you know? But all right. I mean, it's pretty sick artwork though. It's a cool card. I don't mind it. We got Ancient Gear support, which is somewhat scary. I want to say, like, Ancient Gear has has never really seen success as a deck. It's a weird kind of archetype that has never really seen any success outside of like being a splashable engine in other decks sometimes. You know, like back in the day, there was this whole like Gear Town kind of thing where you could play Gear Town and the big dragon in some decks and it was playable, right? And then in recent years, we had like the Ballista and the box were really good in Earth Machines, right? But like it's never actually been its own deck. It's never been its own deck. Ancient Gear has never seen play as its own deck. So I don't even know what like pure Ancient Gear is supposed to do these days. But just to like, they have some good cards, right? Like Gear Town, Ballista, and Box are some pretty good cards. So like, let's see if this makes it any better or not. We have Ancient Gear Dark Golem, which is a level 8 3k 3k. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. This card's name becomes Ancient Gear Golem while on the field or in the graveyard. This is nice because a lot of the cards I think revolve around Ancient Gear Golem. It was kind of like the boss monster of the deck back in the day. But in modern days, you're not going to play this card. Like, Ancient Gear Golem is just not good anymore. So them making a new version is a good thing. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can activate this effect. You cannot set cards for the rest of this turn. Also add up to 2 Ancient Gear cards and or Gear Town from your deck to your hand, except Ancient Gear Dark Golem. Then discard 1 card. And then if this card attacks, your opponent can't activate spell and traps until the end of the turn. So, okay, so it searches to this card's 1, which is good, of course, but it's a level 8 body that has no effect to special summon itself somehow. Also, I think the ability to not set for the rest of this turn matters somewhat, because you used to do this whole, like, Gear Town setting over it and so on and so forth, you know? Searches 3? No. Add up to 2 Ancient Gear cards and or Gear Town. This means you can search any 2 cards out of those options. Like, you can search 2 Ancient Gear cards, you can search 1 Ancient Gear card and Gear Town, or you can search 2 Gear Towns if you want to. I guess it searches 3 if you search Box, but that's over, like, multiple steps, right? It doesn't search 3 cards itself. Like, Box does make it 3, but, you know, that's a different story. Like, the card itself searches 2. It doesn't search 2 Ancient Gear cards and Gear Town. It searches 2 Ancient Gear cards and or Gear Town. Yeah. I mean, incredible effect, but it's on a level 8 monster that has no effect to special summon itself, so, you know. I don't know how easy it would be for Ancient Gear to special summon. I guess Gear Town... Can Gear Town summon it? Does Gear Town summon any Ancient Gear monster? Yeah, right? Okay, so you resolve Gear Town. If you can resolve Gear Town, you just summon this dude, draw 2, add 2, discard 1. That's powerful. We have Ancient Gear Tanker, level 4 Earth. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. If this card is normal or special, you can special an Ancient Gear from your hand. Okay, another way to summon it, even though you have to draw both. Ignoring its summoning condition, or if your opponent controls a monster, you can special summon it from your grave instead. Okay, neat bonus. You can target 1 face-up card you control, destroy it, and if you do, for the rest of this turn, all monsters you control that are Ancient Gear Golem or mention it gain 600 attack. This is cool because the second effect is another way to pop your own Gear Town. That's another way to pop your own Gear Town because it does not make Gear Town miss timing. That's one of the most important things when you're playing a deck with Gear Town. I mean, OGs will remember that. Gear Town misses timing because it says when this card is destroyed, you can summon an Ancient Gear from the deck, or I think graveyard as well. I'm not sure exactly. Like it misses timing. But because this card says destroy it, and if you do, that is treated by the rules as being destroyed simultaneously. So this card plus Gear Town is quite the good combo, because you can, if you have this plus Gear Town, you can just go activate Gear Town, summon this, use this to pop your Gear Town. Then the Gear Town is gonna summon this new dude, which is gonna add 2 Ancient Gear cards. This card, 1 card. Then you can use this effect to summon one of the ones that you searched with this from your hand. So like you can see where it's going, right? But it still is a 2-card combo that requires you to have Gear Town in your hand. Ancient Gear Commander, another level 4. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can send 1 Ancient Gear Golem from hand, deck, or face-up field to the grave as cost, literal circular. Immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon an Ancient Gear monster. Okay. If you're normal or special summon Ancient Gear Golem, you can special summon an Ancient Gear Golem from your hand or grave, ignoring its summoning conditions. You can banish this card from your grave. Place an Ancient Gear Continuous Trap from your hand face up on your field. So it gives you another normal summon. It sends an Ancient Gear Golem from hand or deck to the graveyard or field, I suppose. But and then if you normal summon or special summon another Ancient Gear Golem, you can special summon Ancient Gear. This... I see what they want me to do with these cards, but it still is like all like 2 to 3 card combos that I don't even know how much they end on, to be fair. You summon Dark Golem and revive it? Yes, in theory. In theory, this card can send Ancient Gear Golem, the Dark... No, it cannot even send this one. It cannot send this one, because this one is only Ancient Gear Golem while it's on the field or in the graveyard. So this one actually has to send the OG Ancient Gear. This card just sucks. This card just sucks. I take back everything that I just said earlier about I like that they are making a new Ancient Gear Golem because the old one sucks and we don't want to put that in our decks. They've printed a card that requires you to play that shit. Like, in order to use this card's effect, you have to use the OG Ancient Gear Golem, which there's no way you're gonna want to do that. Ancient Gear Advance. Continuous spell. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. Cannot set cards the turn you activate this card. Alright. When this card resolves, you can add an Ancient Gear spell and trap from your hand, except Advance. Okay, this does not include Gear Town, which is kind of a bummer. If this could search Gear Town, it'd be much better. Probably. Read Ancient Gear Fortress. Let me read this card first. Once per turn, you contribute a monster, draw 1 card, and if you do, until the end of this turn, you can normal summon level 5 or higher monsters that are Ancient Gear Golem or mention it without tributing. Okay. Let me read Ancient Gear Fortress then. I'm not all too excited about these so far, if you couldn't tell. But it's also, I mean, I don't know all the Ancient Gear cards by heart. Ancient Gear Fortress. During the turn they were normal or special, your opponent can't target Ancient Gears with card effects, and they cannot be destroyed by opponent's card effects. So that's pretty much mid-breaker field, right? For Ancient Gears. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to the activation of Ancient Gear cards and effects. If this card is destroyed in the spell and trap zone, you can special summon an Ancient Gear from hand or grave. Also, you can't special summon for the rest of this turn except Ancient Gears. I mean, it summons from hand or grave, man. Summoning from hand or grave is so much worse than summoning from deck. I don't know, man. None of this seems strong enough. Like, they have synergies. They're not terrible cards. But it's just all... I don't know. It's just all... It doesn't seem like it's quite there, you know? Then we have Ancient Gear Duel, which is a continuous trap card. Monsters you control that are Ancient Gear or mention it are unaffected by your opponent's activated monster effects. If your opponent controls a monster, you can fusion summon a fusion monster that mentions Ancient Gear Golem from your extra deck by banishing materials mention it from field or grave. So this is basically like a Shaddoll Schism for Ancient Gears, I suppose. I mean, you can put it onto the field with this effect. Like, you can immediately put it onto the board if you go second, right? How do you activate this without setting it? So, okay, so I think what they want you to do, the more I see this now, I think is they want you to go second with this to OTK your opponent, make your shit unaffected. And like, I think the main combo is if you resolve Ancient Gear Dark Golem. Let's not think about how we summon Ancient Gear Dark Golem and how we resolve its effect without being stopped, right? Let's ignore that for a second. Going second, we can activate Ancient Gear Dark Golem. We search 2 Ancient Gear cards. What we search is we search Ancient Gear Commander and we search the trap card, Ancient Gear Duel, and then we have to discard 1 card for its effect, and then we discard the commander. So we have, just by resolving the Ancient Gear Dark Golem, we have the commander in the graveyard, and we have the duel in hand. So what we can do next is we can banish this card from the graveyard to place the continuous trap face up immediately. Right? Or I mean, yeah, we can search advance and then search the trap. That's just an extra step. We can also do that, yes. And then we have the trap card face up immediately, which makes our Ancient Gear Golems and cards that mention it unaffected by monster effects. And then we resolve the fusion effect because we go second. Our opponent has monsters. We summon some really big Ancient Gear Ultimate Pound or whatever it's called, and it can attack 3 times. And then we OTK our opponent. So I suppose that's the whole thing, right? We just punch them really, really, really hard, going second. Which is just another very convoluted, like, blind second OTK kind of plan, you know? This doesn't seem very good to me. The cards are cool, but it doesn't seem very good to me. It seems like another just like your 20th best deck at OTKing your opponent going second, right? But yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's someone in chat who can figure out a combo to summon Ancient Gear Dark Golem with like Alpha and Zeta, you know? Like, it's probably possible. If you open Alpha Zeta, you can probably get to Ancient Gear Dark Golem. You guys will let me know. Princess of Friendship, thank you for 4 months. On it. Okay. It's actually funny. If you do find a way to summon Ancient Gear Dark Golem with just Alpha Zeta in hand, that'd be funny. Let me know if you do. Okay. So that's the Ancient Gears. And now for the big deal, I hope. Or like I heard. This is what everyone's been talking about. There's new Lightsworn support. And I don't know. Even though Lightsworn has always been this incredibly like Gamba deck, you know, from back in the day, you know, mill cards, try to hit your wolves and all that kind of shit, you know, super Gamba. I always liked Lightsworn. I have a special place in my heart for Lightsworn, mainly because Lightsworn was one of my first like quote unquote very competitive decks back in like 2009, I believe. It came out in 2008, I think, but I couldn't afford them when they dropped, but then when they got the first couple of reprints, I was able to play some Lightsworn. And like together with Gladiator Beast, those two were like my first, meta decks at the time. So I have some pretty fond memories of Lightsworns, even though, you know, they have the Gamba aspect to it, but, you know. And based on the reactions online, like I said, I haven't read those cards yet. We're going to do so in a moment. I've seen some hype around this, but like I haven't read the cards yet. So let's hop right in. We have Dragon of Lightsworn, which looks like a mini Judgment Dragon, which is very cute. We have level 4 Light Dragon Effect Monster, 1500 attack, 3000 defense. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you have a Lightsworn monster in your graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can send a Lightsworn card from your deck to the graveyard, except Dragon of Lightsworn. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add a dragon monster with 3000 attack, 2600 defense from your deck to your hand. That card's pretty damn broken, man. Like, right off the bat, this card is broken. You can search this shit with... This card is called Lightsworn, right? You can search it with Charge of the Light Brigade. This guy's broken. I mean, the thing is, this card is, I mean, okay. So you have to get a Lightsworn card into the graveyard first. This is not like a, it's not like a circular memento where like it's just a one card starter and does everything. You do have to somehow get a Lightsworn to the graveyard before you can use this thing. But it is pretty damn strong, because sending one Lightsworn card from the deck to the graveyard, you can get a Wolf, you can get a Felis, so it's a free body. This is a rank 4 Xyz if you want to, so you can make Minerva. It sends a level 4 tuner if you want to, like Felis. You know, that card's really good. And then the one thing that I like about this card, and at the same time I don't like about this card, because it's not very in archetype, is that it has nothing to do with randomness, right? It has nothing to do with milling. It's very controlled, right? As long as you get a Lightsworn card into the graveyard, you're good to go with this thing, right? It has no Gamba aspect, which is, of course, from a game design perspective, that's a good thing, right? That's good. From a Lightsworn perspective, that's pretty off, you know, pretty much not in archetype. The third effect is also pretty good, of course, because it doesn't require it, unless the translation is wrong. It doesn't say like if this card is sent from the deck to the graveyard or anything like that. If you just make a synchro or exceed with this and then you detach it, or it just goes to the grave as a synchro material, you get to search Judgment Dragon, or I believe Punishment Dragon has the same stats. I actually don't know. I've never played with Punishment Dragon. I'm assuming Punishment Dragon has the same stats. Otherwise, they would probably just say add a Judgment Dragon from deck to your hand. But it says yeah, so has the same stats. Okay, I don't remember actually what the effect of Punishment Dragon is, but I will say Judgment Dragon or Punishment Dragon, respectively, have both never really seen play in Lightsworn outside of the very first, when they released the archetype, it was a Judgment Dragon deck. But then Lightsworn came back at some point in like 2015, 16, you know? But at that point, you didn't play Judgment Dragon anymore. But let's see. I mean, maybe this wants you, this makes you, I mean, if I'm playing this card in my Lightsworn deck, I'm probably playing a target for it, like at least one. I would think, unless you just use it as an engine in other decks, but then it seems hard to fulfill the Lightsworn monster in the graveyard condition if you're not playing a deck with a lot of Lightsworns. But we have another Lightsworn level 4 Fiend Tuner, Vice Lightsworn Archfiend. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. You can place one other Lightsworn card from your hand on the top of the deck. Special summon this card from your hand, then send the top 2 cards of your deck to the graveyard. If this card is sent from the deck to the graveyard, you can target a Lightsworn in your grave, special summon. Okay, that one's nice. This one is nice. It's not broken, I don't think. It's definitely not as broken as the first one. But the fact that, I mean, if you're playing a Lightsworn deck, they clearly want you to play. They clearly want you to play Wolf and Felis again, right? You want to play Wolf and Felis. And if you draw these together with this, it's actually quite good. You know, because my prediction is for this card, if you play Wolf and Felis, you definitely play this card at least as a one of, maybe even probably more, but like maybe as at the minimum, you would play one copy so that you can surge it with charge, right? Like if you draw Felis and you have a charge, you just go charge, mill 3, add this, put the Felis on top, get both onto the board, make a Minerva, go from there, you know? Good card. Good card. Combo. I mean, that's the thing, right? We're not going to look at any combo videos because I believe Lightsworn, like, it's just always going to be Gamba, right? It's always going to be Gamba. Here's a 1-card combo video. I mean, hold up. No, we're not going to look at what, dude, it's all Gamba anyways. Let's read the cards first. Ooh, we have a Judgment Dragon fusion monster. Enlightenment Dragon. Level 10 Light Dragon Fusion, materials, Judgment Dragon, and Punishment Dragon. Must be special summoned by banishing the above cards from your field and graveyard, one from each. Ooh. Okay. Once per turn, Quake effect, you can pay 2,000 life points, banish all other cards on the field and in the graveyards. Once per turn during the end phase, send the top 4 cards of your deck to the grave. If this card is destroyed by your opponent, you can add one each of your banished Judgment Dragon and Punishment Dragon to your hand. Then you can special summon both, ignoring their summoning conditions. Okay. So we need a Judgment Dragon or a Punishment Dragon on the board, and we need the other one in the graveyard. That's pretty cool. That's pretty flavorful. I like that. That is definitely not easy to summon. That is not easy to summon, but it's a pretty powerful card going first and second because, I mean, quick effect banishing everything. Field and graveyard is pretty powerful. I think this is the moment where I have to do it. I have to read Punishment Dragon. Because, I mean, I sure as hell remember what Judgment Dragon does, but Punishment Dragon, I've read like once, and that was like 7 years ago, or whenever that card came out, 6 years ago. Punishment Dragon. Cannot be normal summon or set. Must be special summoned by possessing 4 or more banished Lightsworn monsters with different names. Once per turn, quick effect. Pay 1,000 life points. Shuffle into the decks all cards in the graveyard and face up banished cards except Lightsworn monsters. Once per turn, if your Lightsworn monster's effect is activated, send the top 4 cards to the graveyard. Okay. I mean, the card is not very good, is the thing. Punishment Dragon, which is funny. It's funny because it came out like 8 or 9 years after Judgment Dragon. I would argue this card is way, way, way worse than even just Judgment Dragon. Right? Like, Judgment Dragon is just a better card than Punishment Dragon, I think. I mean, Punishment Dragon is a quick effect, so you can interrupt your opponent's graveyard. But the thing is, setting up 4 banished Lightsworns is so much harder than setting up 4 in the graveyard, because Lightsworn is all about milling. Because this one was part of the... This one's technically part of, like, the Twilightsworn stuff, right? Check the price. Oh, I can already tell it only has 1 printing, man. Oh, no, it only has 1 printing. What have you done? What have you done? Punishment Dragon. Oh, God, no. Oh, nah, man. Oh, God. $16 is the cheapest one from Germany. Oh, God, man. There's not many at all. Oh, shit. Look, chat. Even if these cards are, like, good, these are good cards. Just to be clear. Are we done yet? No, there's a synchro. Okay. Let's read all of it before I say anything. This card's good. But I'm not even sure if you want to play both of the dragons. But yeah. We have a new Minerva, which, I mean, the Minerva Exceed is pretty damn custom. So let's look at the synchro. Level 8 synchro, so easy to make in the deck. You know, Raiden, Fellis, level 4 tuners everywhere. It's pretty easy. You can only use the first and third effect once per turn each. If this card is synchro summoned, you can send Lightsworn monster with different types from your deck to the grave up to the number... Okay. Okay. So I make this with 2 Lightsworns. And I just sent 2 Lightsworns with different types. Fellis... What's Fellis type? Because Wolf is a Beast Warrior. What's Fellis? Not also a Beast Warrior. They're both Beast Warriors. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought you could send Fellis and Wolf. But I guess you can send this one. You can send this one to just revive a Lightsworn. You're gonna have Lightsworns in the graveyard because, you know, you made this, right? Yeah. The baby dragon? I mean, you can also send this to search a... Yeah. Okay. No, this card's very good. Okay, I'm not even done reading it. Lightsworn monsters you control can't be banished by card effects. Okay, I don't know why that is here, but okay. You can banish up to 4 Lightsworns from your grave. Send that many cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. Okay, this line makes it so that the Punishment Dragon gets a lot more realistic, because now we have an accessible extra deck card that can enable the Punishment Dragon on its own, right? That doesn't make it like broken on its own, but it's like, you know, that's all right. The second is for Enlightenment. Oh, right. You get to keep all your things when you do this. Right. Okay. But then you have to keep this on the board. I'm not sure how much you want to keep this on the board, right? Like cards like Minerva, the Exceed, they've always been there. Just like you mill with them and then you want to get rid of them. But this, yeah, okay. I get it. This card's very good. This card's very, very strong. And then we have Lightsworn Aegis, a trap card. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. Target face-up cards your opponent controls up to the number of Lightsworn monsters you control. Negate their effects until the end of this turn. If this card is sent from the deck to the graveyard, you can set it. Oh, you know why this card is good? You know why this card is good? Because it can just negate normal spell cards. It can negate spell cards. Like, at first, my first instinct in the first second after I read it, I was like, okay, that's just like an imperm that if you mill it, you get it for free. You know, which is like, okay, right? Like, because, like, I mean, negating multiple things, if your opponent knows about this card, is going to be hard, because usually, I mean, your opponent can just, like, start playing and force this card out with, like, one monster, and then you only negate one card. But, like, the fact that you can negate spell cards with this as well is pretty damn good. Yeah. But I still don't know if you would want to play a card like that, because, like, drawing it is not going to be great. Milling it is, of course, great. Going second, it's not very good. I'm not sure if you would play it. Maybe you would side it. Like, I could see a world where you play, like, a Lightsworn deck, if you even play a Lightsworn deck. You would side deck this card for going first, right? To negate all kinds of... You can negate Evenly, you can negate Dark Ruler, all that kind of stuff, right? That's something I could see, right? But I don't... It's definitely the worst out of the new cards. But, okay. Alright, let's think about this for a second. It's hard to evaluate Lightsworn cards. It's very, very hard to evaluate Lightsworn cards because of how much randomness there is to Lightsworns. Now, the cool thing about these new cards is that a lot of it is not random. Like, a lot of the effects for these are guaranteed, which is one way how you make Lightsworns viable in this year. Yeah. Like, you could... best combo video? Hold up. Is there actually, like, a controlled combo for this? Hold up. This will be every Lightsworn combo video. Oh, is it gonna be, like, mill 3 wolves? Yeah, they mill 3 wolves. Okay, yeah, okay. Realize. That's funny. Okay. I mean, that is the thing, though, right? Like, that's the thing. How are you going to evaluate Lightsworns, man? How are you going to evaluate Lightsworns? Because, like, the thing is, the deck is not going to have any spreadsheet lines. that you're just going to be like, okay, those are good, those are bad, whatever, you know? The one thing I will say is Lightsworn has a couple of actually really, really good cards for the archetype, right? And milling, random milling, I mean, literally not even a year ago, you know, Troll Despair, Ishizu Tier Limit, literally tier 0 by so much. Like, milling is not a completely unviable strategy in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, that could happen, right? That did happen a year ago, right? Like, milling cards is not a bad thing if your deck is set up for it. And the thing is, Lightsworns do have a lot of really good cards. I mean, freaking Charge of the Light Brigade is a really strong card. Solar Recharge, really strong card. In the concept of the archetype, Raiden is a pretty good normal summon, right? Like, I mean, the deck has some good cards, and it gets a lot more with these, right? But like, will this be playable by the time it comes out? I have no idea. You know, it looks like it's gonna be fun. That's what I can say. It looks like it's gonna be sometimes frustrating to play against. It just looks like a basically reskin to like tier limits, you know? Like, it's just like another mill deck that maybe is good, maybe is not. Because I also Minerva, the rank 4, not even the new one, the rank 4 is broken, man. Like, both Minerva extra deck monsters are pretty freaking good. You know, like the rank 4 is really strong, the level 8 is really strong. You know? The second one is Snow. Wait, this one? Why is this Snow? Because it's a fiend and it kind of looks like Snow? What does Snow have to do with Lightsworns? Oh no, they do have to do something with each other. Because like Dark Smog also has like Raikou on it. They have something to do with each other. They share some amount of lore, yeah. Okay, well. Alright, it's Snow. Cool. It's Snow and Vice. Alright. Shipai, thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate the kind words. Thank you for being here for an entire year. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Alright. Now, these are cool cards. These are cool cards. These are good cards as well, most importantly. These are good cards. But when I say these are good cards, this does not necessarily mean the deck is going to be good. There's a chance, right? There's a chance that you can play a Lightsworn deck again. Definitely not out of the question. But it just remains to be seen. It simply does remain to be seen. But it's cool. Where do these drop? What is LEDE? Is that main set? It looks like main set material, but I don't know. What is it? Legacy of Destruction, main set. Okay, cool. Cool. Core set in April. All right. Is it the one after Phantom Nightmare, right? It's just after Phantom Nightmare. Okay, so not too far down the line. Not too far down the line. That's cool. All right, I'm looking forward to these. I mean, it looks like, at the very least, it looks like something fun to try out and mess around with. And if it doesn't end up being viable, you know, then so be it. Also, keep in mind that, like, now that we have a lot of tools if this ever were to become a thing. You know, we have Bystials as well, like, and I don't think Bystials are going anywhere anytime soon. So, you know, we've got a lot of counterplay to this kind of stuff as well. And I honestly, I would say the chance that we still have Agido and Kelbeck by the time, not the highest. Not the highest. At least I hope so. Copium, you know? I hope by the time we get these cards, we're not gonna have Kelbeck and Agido anymore. But hey, maybe that's just Copium. Maybe that's just Copium. Dan05, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. Bystials are probably good in this deck itself. That is fair enough. Yeah, you could, like, you have a lot of lights in the graveyard. You have level 4 tuners. You go use a Bystial, summon a level 6, make this pattern, bring back whatever. You know, yeah, you can do things. But wait. That's that. that is that. I saw that there was a new OCG metagame report just for completion's sake, but literally nothing happened. Like nothing changed. That's why I don't want to put too much emphasis on it. It still is Fire King, Rescue Ace, and then like, you know, you got Branded, Silent Force, Magician. Nothing changed. Literally nothing. Also, nothing new came out except for the new Spectra, Sky Striker card, whatever. So yeah, I believe I guess Labyrinth not being here at all. Labyrinth not being here at all is interesting. That is something I didn't notice this morning, but other than that, it's pretty damn standard. However, I mean, the OCG is expecting a ban list on this upcoming weekend. If chat was not chatting earlier, there is a ban list in the OCG because they do know their ban list dates, right? They have set dates for ban lists. 24th. Oh, so they get a ban list for Christmas. Isn't that nice? The OCG gets a ban list for Christmas. Could we also get one for Christmas, maybe? That'd be nice. Thank you. All right. And those are all the outside news that I wanted to talk about. And now we have only 2 more things left for today. We're going to play some Master Duel, and we're going to react Andy to the 2012 TCG recap later when it's lunch break. So let me boot up Master Duel. And I'm actually pretty hyped about playing Master Duel these days. I thought the current Master Duel format was kind of fun. I had fun spectating the Duelist Cup over the weekend, you know, watching some of the people grind it out. And we are going to hop in. I believe we are not even in Masters yet. No, we're in Diamond 1. We are in Diamond 1. No spinning wheel or anything like that today. No opportunity to throw money at me. We're just gonna play whatever I feel like. And you know, currently that is a little bit of Vanquish Soul. Let's play some Vanquish Soul. I wanted to switch something about the deck though. I wanted to take out the imperms for, I think, DD Crow, because I've been seeing a whole lot of like Math Mech and Branded and so on, and I wanted this to be. I mean, a deck with 3 Crow, 3 Bell, and 2 Bestials surely is pretty good against those. So. How many subs to get you to play Math Mech? We just had that discussion. Stop. No, not again. Also, King Boo, thank you for the 5 gifties. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Enjoy your subs, guys. Appreciate the support. Kurikara is decently popular. Kurikara is, yeah, I don't know if I would play it right now. It doesn't seem... I guess it's good against, like, Borderland and Savage boards. Stuff like that. Okay, my deck has, like, 15 hand traps. Still draw 1. Noted. Oh, what's the best one against this matchup? That's fine. You love to see it. Kurikara solos Vanquish Soul? It is pretty good against Vanquish Soul. Does Centurion work well with Labyrinth? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I don't really see a great synergy with those two, but like... This Ash went unreasonably hard. Also, they made a mistake by not using Coup Clock before using the furniture. That is just the wrong order, straight up. Alright. I believe I want to go Raisin first. Because if I go Durandal on the Ariana, they might just bounce it with Big Welcome, which is annoying for me. I'm just losing my Durandal for free. I would rather do this. They have Ash. That's good. I mean, that means Stake Your Soul will resolve. The only problem is... I mean, no, that's fine. I guess I'll just Durandal on my Raisin. Get another fire. Get another fire, and then I can stake your soul into another Jiaolong, and then the Jiaolong has 2 fires in hand. Karma. Oh, that's fucked up. Okay, well. Well, that's annoying. That's really annoying. On the flip side, they also don't really have anything left. It's probably worth to stake into another raisin just to have the rock on the board. Ariana is 2100 defense, right? Jayton, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. So if I want to get... Oh, I have 2 options. I can either add back Raisin from the graveyard, or I can summon Jiaolong from hand to attack over the Ariana, to leave them on 0 cards. Which is probably better. Yeah, it's probably better. Special summon. If you just revealed fire, you could have done both. I could have done both, yeah, if I had chained this at some point. That was... I mean, I didn't... Yeah, I should have. You're right. Okay. Wasn't completely over. They could have checked for a top deck, maybe. Because they had a lot of graveyard resources. You know, they had a big welcome, furniture, coup clock, but... Wouldn't have had a... Oh, right. No, if I did that, I would not have had a target for Stake Your Soul. True. If I just chain the Raisin and summon the thing... Yeah, then I have Stake with no target. Yeah, it doesn't work the way. New Raisin? Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's right. Okay, please do not ash my prosperity, because my hand is awful if I don't resolve it, please. Do I take 1 rock? No, let's take Zeus. Magna. Okay, there's Raisin. Thank God. Thank God for the Raisin. Am I getting drolled? No, okay. They have something. They have Max C. Well, that's not a big problem, is it? I just chain Borger, get my draw in, maybe pass like that. Not getting the rock at all is kind of annoying. I feel like you can always banish 1 rock. I've had games... I mean, Kashtira does exist, and I've had issues with that sometimes. Alright, I can't draw with Borger because I props. I can burn. I still want the Borger on the board, so it's still right to chain it. Valius. Is it Valius here? It probably is Valius. I'll burn. The question is, do I make the rock? Probably not. I probably just sit like this. Bell. I have Bell Druis, 1 draw. Valius to pop 1 card, because I have all the attributes. That's probably fine. Don't show them my bestial. Okay, another bell is kind of useless. Branded opening. Oh, discard tragedy is annoying. I mean, we have a Bestial and a Bell. We should be okay. Sadly, no, sadly, no, what's it called? Sadly, no, Ash, but it's fine. Quim. I think on resolution, I should summon Valius, probably, because I kind of want to get rid of the Quem before they summon from the extra deck. Wait, they have no... I'll probably summon it. Royal Quem Betrayal? Yeah, I have one Royal Quem as well. I think I pop it here. I think I pop the Quem. I have to show them that I have Bell, but it's okay. Because they have opening in the graveyard, meaning I can't pop a fusion monster anyways with the value, so I might as well try to pop something off value. And this pops the Quem, which allows it, like, they can't revive anything with it now. Because they could have gone, like, send Albaz and then revive Albaz with Quem, which is annoying. Okay. Albion. You can Bell Albion. I could Bell this Albion. I'm thinking about belling the Albion and Druis Worming the Lubellion immediately. I'll let it resolve. Toggle on. Ah, the Lubellion. What does the Lubellion really threaten, though? Like, he gets branded lost, but he's used branded fusion already, so the only real way would be Cartesia, which, I mean, he could have, but I think I'll wait. Okay, they drew branded regained. If I chain Druis Worm now... If I chain Druis Worm now, they don't get to put it back and draw a card. They have 2 cards left in hand. I'll do it. I'm doing it. They do have Cartesia. That's fucked up. No, they can't draw because Regained isn't on the board yet. They have to see... Regained has to see the card being banished. It's like when you activate Fountain and you chain a Runick to it, that does not... you can't draw off of it. I mean, their hand is pretty damn strong. They can send a backup. Do they play multiple Lubellions in Branded these days? This was like a 41 card deck or something like that. I'm assuming. Oh, they do. Okay. I thought they would only play one, but okay. They do play multiples. Well, as of now, they can't even kill my Valius. They can't kill my Valius. Branded Lost is kind of terrifying because it means I can't Bell Branded in red. A potential one. I cannot Bell a Branded in red under Branded Lost, but I could Valius immediately. Like in my draw phase, I can toggle on, I can activate Valius immediately. Unless they unless end phase they go Albion. Okay, they add back Branded Fusion for next turn, I suppose. I mean, that's good. I mean, their setup is pretty good. But I'm gonna see. If the Valius lives this turn, I think we're looking pretty good. Probably not worth sending this because this triggers in the grave as well. Yeah, let's just send this. Whatever. Did you play the second stage at all? I did not. I did not play it whatsoever. Like pretty much. So the play for them is honestly probably Branded in red to hand. If they search Branded in red to their hand here, it's pretty scary for me. But they set Branded Beast. Okay. Oh, they... They just had everything, man. They opened Maxi, got no draws, and still had opening, tragedy, Branded in red, Branded regained, and Cartesia. That's fucked up, man. So what's their hand? Cartesia? I know all of the cards in their hand, right? It's Cartesia and what? What else was it? Oh yeah, the Branded Fusion they added back, right? Cartesia, Branded Fusion, Branded Beast. Rip Caesar. Yeah, this is fucked up. But they don't have a Bestial yet. Unless they drew one with Regain, they're not gonna have a Bestial to use Branded Beast yet. Like, at this point, their only disruption... The only disruption that they have is the Mercurier. Right? Search High Spirits. Yeah, okay. Oh. No. I mean, I have to try and draw something here. What can I draw, though? That does give me all 3 attributes to blow up the board. But I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Because it sadly can't. If it could bounce the Mirror Jade, then maybe, but I can't. You can bounce next turn. I can bounce next turn. Dark. I still don't know if I can deal with their follow-up. Their follow-up seems like it's way too powerful for me, but... Bomb Atomic, I think with a 15 months. Appreciate that. You're welcome. Nox Enigma, I think with a 3 months. Gravedigger, Strapper, and Labyrinth. You're probably not gonna... Like, your idea is probably to negate Ash, but the thing is, you can just play Strike or Caldwell if you want to do that. Because, like, at the point where you can search the card, you've already played through Ash pretty much. Like, yeah, it's searchable with, like, Lady, but, you know, if you ever get there, you're not worried about Ash anymore. So I don't think Gravedigger Strapple is pretty good. Is very good. I mean, I don't chain to this, do I? Because, like, if I chain to summon, they just banish that. So. I do think I lose this. Like, I don't think, you know. What happened to plants at the YCS? No top since forever. The plants, I mean, they do suck, but I think they did top. I think one of them topped still at Bologna. I don't know who it was, but there was at least one. Top 32. Okay, yeah. They sent a Magnamut. Okay. Putting back my rock. I mean, I just can't outgrind this, I don't think. Like, how am I supposed to outgrind this? Especially because they have opening in the graveyard still. Like, they can... If I try to blow up the board, like, the fusions are all gonna survive. fine. I was hoping they would let me summon it, and then they'd trigger regain to bring back Magna, and then I get to blow that up as well, but this is also fine. Branded is such a bad matchup for Vanquish Soul. I don't think it's a bad matchup at all. I think Vanquish Soul is really good against Branded. It's just their hand was absolutely custom made. Like that hand was completely insane. Another freaking... I don't think I can even trigger my raise in here. Yeah, I just lose. It's just... The last card in their hand being Branded in red was just too much. Also, the Cartesia hard draw and all that. That was just utterly fucked up. But it's fine, it happens. It's funny because we still beat their hand if it wasn't like triple frickin' bell. If one of those was Crow, we beat them. Like if we had one Crow, we beat the entire thing. Because Crow... Okay, easy. Crow doesn't care about... what's it called? Crow doesn't care about Branded Lost. We could have just Crowed the Branded in red and the game was over. Just ban Branded Fusion. That's what they should do. They should. I think they should ban Branded Fusion because like branded cards are super fun outside of Branded Fusion. Ren, thank you for the 15. Appreciate it. There's so many cool ways to play the branded cards outside of just tunnel visioning into this branded fusion pile, but it's just what everyone's doing because it's just more efficient. I don't even hate branded. I just think it's sad that the entire deck revolves around that one card. It's like there's so many cool like synchro versions and stuff like that that are like so much cooler than fusion branded. Like branded has got so much support for other things, right? You know, all the tuner support that they have is amazing and all that, but you just don't play it because branded fusion locks you into fusions. This hand's looking good. I don't even want to... I mean, I kind of want to Ash Sheeran, but I kind of don't. Because I have Crow and Magna. Nah, I'll let you do it. Go, Chief, go. Do it. I'm not scared. You have 2 tier limit names. Okay, that was a kind of a fucked up mill 3, but okay. My thought process was I might keep Ash for Maxi, for a potential Maxi, so... What are you thinking about? Triggering Meta Noise? You're not going to trigger Meta Noise. Do I trigger Magna first or Crow? I mean, if I'm Magna, it just gets banished by Fenrir, but that's going to happen regardless. I'll Magna. Because Crow can hypothetically do other things, like if they go for like, I don't know, they can send Grief to get back Meta Noise or something like that. Okay, milled nothing there. Have you seen the decks that made top 100 in the Duelist Cup? I have not seen those. Is there a list somewhere? Like, is there like a post that I can look at the current meta for DC Cup? I would look at it, but I haven't seen it. I checked Master Duel meta this morning. They didn't have that. I've only seen some posts on Twitter of like people posting their results, but I haven't seen any official thing that's like, you know. Yeah, I saw Task played Runick Stun. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Our hero has fallen so far. I mean, it's almost worth ashing this, because Perla Rhino is a hell of a card, man. Man, maybe I just hope they don't have Maxi. Perla Rhino is a problem. I mean, okay, what happens? They go Perla Rhino. They go Perla Rhino. They go Rhino Heart. They send Havness. I crow the Havness, but then they still have a redoer for my turn. I'll ash. Well, they have called by. Okay. Well, I guess then it didn't matter that I didn't ash the Sharon earlier. In this case, it made no difference. We still have the crow, so that's worth something. How is one Fountain Runick Stun good in Master Duel? Because Fountain, now listen closely. Fountain was never the problem. Fountain was never the issue. I hate to break it to you, but the problem is indeed the floodgates in best of one. It's not freaking Runick Fountain. Oh god, what? No, they're gonna put up a Baron before? It's so crazy. How are these hands just handcrafted against mine? How's everyone just draw the freaking hand they need? Man. Wait, they search Havness? What? You haven't normal summoned! Oh. I mean, I guess I have to bait the Baron. The fucked up thing is that I can't really complain, because my hand was also custom. My hand was Magna, Ash, Crow, Fenrir, Durandal, going second against Puncteer. Like, it's just so unfortunate that their hand was also so freaking broken, man. How do you draw like that? I don't understand. Do we really want them to tag into a Fenrir? Well, yeah, more than I want them to have a Baron. Fenrir is easier to play around than Fenrir. Fenrir is easier to play around than Baron. I mean, it's still not over after all that. It still depends on what they mill and such, and what they go for. Because, I mean, we still get the Magna Search in the end phase to grab either Druis or, we can grab Druis or Valius. We still have a very strong, you know, board. It just depends on what they mill, I guess. They add Havness again. So they just kit on itself, summon tier cache. So they mill 8. Yeah, they mill 8, and they theoretically have another level 10 synchro. I don't know if they play multiples. God. Destrudo. Rhino. Okay, they didn't really mill anything. Like, they can use the Rhino. They have a Havness in hand, but it doesn't really accomplish anything because everything's been used. Everything has been used. Baron is on the board, so they can't make another Baron. They add Ogre Dance. But they milled Deer Note. I don't know how many Deer Notes they play. I would think just one. They still haven't normal summoned, by the way. Can we talk about that? Actually, I'd prefer if we didn't talk about that. I'll take it back. I mean, right now, we just break this, no problem. Right now, we just break that, no problem, so far. At the moment. Depending on what else they make. But I don't really see what else. Like, right now, I don't really see anything that leads to anything. Changing? I mean, yeah, if they play Changing, they can make Changing, but like Fenrir solos the Changing. Ooh. Cross Sheep. Cross Sheep? Cross Sheep. Cross Sheep? They play Astroloud? No. What? Oh, come on, man. That's not real. Okay, now what, though? Oh, do they... You can special Ogre... Oh, what? Oh, Punisher. Okay. Okay, that wasn't that bad. I'll grab a Druis. So what's in their hand? It's a Havness and a oh, hello. Well, I didn't need that. Havness and thingy. But what do you tag into Fenrir? I mean, yeah, go. Havness, Ogre Dance. Graveyard irrelevant so far. No shufflers. We should be okay here. We just go with this. We battle. They gain attack. 600 attack. But the thing is... Oh, wait, what? Okay. Here. They go Havness here, yeah. But it's fine. I mean, we have Druis Worm. They milled snow. What? This Punisher is a problem. I should have... Well, the thing is... No, I needed to attack with Fenrir first. Because I cannot summon Druis before getting rid of their Fenrir. But, yeah. Crash Druis outs Pep. Not right now. because they took damage over the cross sheep. They're on 57 right now, chat. Stop saying crash sent. How do 15 people say crash? What? Shouldn't have redeclared? Maybe. The thing is, I didn't think they would let me banish the snow. Is the thing. I thought if I target the snow with Druis, they just chain it again. That's why I redeclared, because I was like, you know, they're gonna snow anyways. But okay. It's fine. I mean, worst case, we can burn them to death. Literally. Legitimately, we could burn them to death. Let's grab another thing. We also do have Baguska, theoretically. The zero attack rock against Pep is kind of scary. No, they still can't attack the rock. Pep is only unaffected by activated effects. That one's not activated. I'll summon stuff in defense. The only thing is, I don't have another dark to do anything with Borger yet. I guess I get Madlove then first. Link this off, summon Madlove. I don't have the means to bounce my own Druis Worm. That'd be nice, but I can't. I don't play Dust Devil, no. I don't think Dust Devil is good. And I'll stand by that. I just need to put enough things in defense position so that they can't... Like, the Pep can only attack my defense position stuff, which is whatever. Would make Chaos Angel to get rid of Pearl Rhino. Probably not worth it. Pep attack Druis. You should really take 1 second to read Rock of the Vanquisher. Just one. I feel like would be just sick, you know? A top deck Ash for Jiaolong. Okay, that's unpleasant, but it does let me out the Pearl Rhino with Fenrir, which is not the end of the world. I don't mind that. That card is very annoying because it outs the rock. Share an effect. What is this summon? Kaleidohorde? I mean, the Pep doesn't even kill me this turn, though. Oh, Rule Colossus. That's fine. Thing is, if they punch me this turn, I'm gonna be lower than them, and then the pep just dies, right? Because the pep is not gonna be big enough to kill me, but it's gonna put me lower than them. Oh, well, now it's gonna be big. Okay, fair. Rule close can negate the trap, yeah. Rule close can negate the trap. Pay 1,000. Banish my Druid's Worm. Okay. The thing is, right now, I literally just don't die. At this moment. Yeah. Wait, why can't this attack? Read rock again? I have 16 seconds, brother. I'm not reading rock right now. How do I do this? Check if they rule close this. Oh. Do some damage here. Now, what do I need? Oh god, I'm so earth and fire. I need an earth monster in my hand. Why is my timer so low, man? I'm scared. Bro. This is game next turn. Because I can add back a dark. And reveal 2 for this, which is enough damage. And I had to make Baguska so that they can't use Rulkolos. Okay, little shaky, but I think it's fine. Please just die. Yeah. Now what? Okay. Good. Woo! That was closer than I thought it was gonna be, because I didn't realize they could attack the Fenrir. Okay, what was the reason for that? Let me reread Rock. I thought they could only attack the. Oh, because they were tied for highest. It was Jiaolong and Fenrir. Fenrir was in attack. Wait, no, but they attacked. They banished Druis. I see. They banished Druis from, and then Fenrir and Jiaolong was. I thought. So what I thought was they can only target the Vanquish Soul monster with the highest attack. Because it requires you to have a Vanquish Soul. I thought they could only attack the Vanquish Soul with the highest attack. That was what it was in my mind. So, okay, that was my mistake. Yeah, well, I mean, it didn't really matter that much in the end because I didn't die anyways, so I guess it was fine. I probably just let them go battle phase anyways, like that was fine. So, yeah. It's all right. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. Would I change anything? I mean, we could play Goddess just for situations like that, but what do I even take out of... I have never made this before. Let's take that out. Chaos Angel, I think, actually can come up with, like, the Bestials and Mad Love. I think that's reasonable to play. Let's play one more of the Vanquish Soul. Let's see if we can go Masters, and then in Masters, we can play some other stuff as well. I don't want to play the same deck for the entire session, but I really enjoy Vanquish Soul. I think it's fun. And I think I'm getting closer to, like, a good list for Master Duel, right? It's also... It's really good right now in Master Duel, I think. Because, like, Crow and Bell are really strong. It's like whenever the Dark Earth Fire hand traps are really good, I think Vanquish Soul just gets a huge boost from that. Like, because being able to have those in your deck as the right attributes for, like, your trap card and stuff like that, it does really matter. Okay, what's going on here? What's going on here? No response. All right. What do you think of Retaliating Sea? I've seen people play that a lot. I mean, it's good against Branded. Does it work on Boot Sector launch? Or is it only against Quick launch against Dragon Link? Can you do it when they use... No, right? It's only a spell card activation, not effect activation. It's good against Pearly. Yeah, it's usable. Oh, this hand is nice. I have no other fire monster, but I could... No. Probably Madlove. Or Borger. Borger into Stake into Madlove. I like that. I don't think I have enough fires. I mean, I could make a Jiaolong play work, but I don't think it's worth it. I think the Borger is better. Shifter? You could play Shifter. Yeah, you could play Shifter. I don't play Kurikara right now. I'm going hand traps, but you can play Kurikara. The card is definitely playable. It's just with hands like these, you're never gonna lose to like a graveyard-based deck, right? Like anything branded, kind of related, that kind of stuff. Branded Math Mech, those kind of decks, they just don't beat this setup. Unless their hand is completely insane, you know? I kind of wanted to draw in their draw phase to see if I can get an Ash Blossom, but I guess too late. The list should be on Discord. Yeah, all of my lists are always on Discord. You can go ! Discord in chat, and then you can join it. Oh, it's stun. Phenomenal. Okay, well. That is a little annoying. But it's also, I'm pretty sure this is a good matchup for us with this hand, because we have Bell for Fountain. And we have a Caesar. And you can't really get any better than having a Caesar online turn 1 against... Oh, hello. Against stun. Take egg punishment. I'll just get the Caesar out here before they like normal Apache Cephalus on me or some shit like that. Gimme, gimme. Gimme that. Pop 1 card per turn juice. In the case that it's not Runick Stun, then the Bell is completely dead. But we have just picked up an Ash, so we're fine. The cool thing is that even something like Inspector Border doesn't matter if we have the Rock, right? If they normal Inspector Border, I can just pop it with Valius and then continue my day. I don't think I care about that quite yet, because they can't, like... Yeah, I don't think I care about that yet. Cyber Dragon 1 time. Well, they duality'd, so... Okay, so... I can summon Raisin to pop the monster. Yeah, hold up. We got Special of Vanquish Soul from hand. Raisin goes here. Raisin grabs Pantera as well, because I do play that. And then I can summon Pantera with the trap into column of another thingy, so... Just go with this. We have Fire and Dark. Fire and Dark. Gets rid of the Patchy. Everything else we can just do in the end phase. I don't want them to reset another. This is not main phase, yeah. Just go end phase. Caesar effect. You know, Pantera, Ash, Burger. Pop this. Activate this. Pantera, this, that. Yes. Summon Pantera. Let's pop that one, whatever. Don't pop here. Pop. Yeah, GG's. I mean, yeah, you just don't beat that. Nice stun deck. Nice stun deck, bozo. Yeah, I mean, this is my list currently. You can play shifter over. Like, you can play like 2 shifters over 1 crow, 1 bell, or something like that if you want to play shifter. You can mess around with retaliating C as well. It's all possible. But this is the rough. I think this is the approach I like with the deck. I don't think I like Kurikara that much right now. I don't think I liked Kurikara that much, but you can play it. It's not bad. Let's play this a little bit. No bias at all. But I think this deck is pretty good right now. It's good against all the Bestial decks. Branded can be rough going second, but, you know. Tikaboo? I wouldn't recommend Tikaboo right now, unironically. I wouldn't recommend it because I think it's really good against dragons, of course, but it's not very good against branded, and it's in general very bad going second, and I don't think that's a good idea. Because Vanquish Soul struggles going second if you don't have the hand traps for it. What deck got first in the DC Cup? Well, there's no 100% confirmation yet, but like 99% sure it's Ryan Yu with Dragon Link mostly. That's what people have been saying, that he's been playing mostly Dragon Link. But probably also some lab. That's like the dream opener for freaking Exo Sister. I hope they don't have both traps, but knowing my luck, they probably do. Yeah, probably both. Ah, yes. Right, they have a backup Martha in hand. Yeah. Freezing curses the Magnifica, the turn on TTT. I don't know, man. I don't think I start with that. I think I start with this. This hand is unironically, I mean, it's not unwinnable. It depends. Like if they freaking max see me, then yeah, it's probably unwinnable, but I could I could go for blessing, summon another Camellia, and if they don't do anything, I just exit on them. It's relatively unlikely they don't do anything about it though. If I had Mole Cricket, that'd be easy, because I could just Mole Cricket into both Camellias instantly, but I drew no Mole Cricket, unfortunately. Droplet. Let's droplet. See if they got Maxi as well. Oh, okay. I could freezing curses now. Stop them right here. That's like really good. I don't know why they felt inclined to do both of those things immediately there. Not sure. Let's hope this Hugin goes through. Of course not. Quick synchro? Yeah, we could have. I also just now realized we could have quick synchro to dodge it. But then if the talents doesn't draw us a runic, we have nothing. But maybe that was the line. It wasn't a bad line for sure. Why not steal? I don't have a battle phase. What am I stealing the Magnifica for? It's negated. Just give me tip. Almost. I thought that was it for a second. This will force the... Yep, that. And now if they don't have... If they don't have another hand trap, we just get to draw 3 with Fountain. We're kind of vibing. Fine. They have something. What is it that they have? Is it Nib? It might be Nib. It probably is Nib. Has to be. I mean, there's no way you don't Veiler that. You have to Veiler that. There's no universe. They have the tag out, but they already did that. Or is that not once per turn? Maybe it's not once per turn and you just never see it because, I mean, it tags out, right? So... I see. Oh, that's not very good draws. I mean, we just vibe here with Maxi. We've banished Irene, Ellis, Stella. 4, 3. There's like 6 of them banished. Bap! I set my tree, man. Why did I set my tree? Come on, man. That's fucked up. That just banishes my thing. I can't prevent it. Like, if I activate tip now, they just chain Michaelis, right? Oh. Raigeki, man. The worst card in the universe to rip. Okay, we hit Martha number 3. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Like, the problem is because I've drawn all 3 Camellias before drawing a single Mole Cricket. I just have nothing here. Sacred Tree. Like, Flower... Flower... Sacred Tree. You can summon out a Mole Cricket, but then Mole Cricket... Boom! Stella. They drew an Exo-Sister monster? That's fucked up, man. So... what does Vadis say? Do you need to control an Xyz? No, wait. Vadis is banished. Returnia. If all... Summon Maxi, funny. No, they don't have... the set is Returnia. The set is Returnia, but I don't know what the card in hand is. Wait! You literally couldn't beat my Sunflower, man. What? And I tagged out. Because I thought you could. Bro, how do I win this? I have like... I guess Blessing? No, Blessing doesn't win it. Ugh. Okay, how many Exo-Sister monsters do they usually play? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are gone. Hmm. 10 should be the max, but then... I mean, they do play the spirits, right? I saw one Sakitama, that's here. One Aratama, that's here. They probably have more of those. But like... what am I supposed to do, man? Slumber to summon a Giri, and then... And then what? I don't have a win condition. Sunflower Beatdown was the win con? Unironically, may have been. I mean, Deck Out is the win con, right? Deck Out is the win con? They have 14 cards left. And we still have like Smiting Storms in the deck and stuff like that. Wait, what? Do I special a Gary? Because just to be annoying? Yeah, probably have to. I could banish 3, but I don't think that's appropriate here. Oh. Well, that gets them closer. So now we've dealt with that card somehow. 13. Battle phase. Phenomenal. Okay. Alright, Gary just stands there menacingly. Can I draw like a Runick Destruction? No? Okay. I feel like this card is bigger than that. But I don't have a battle phase this turn. So I would have to dodge one more. How much defense? I can't set it. Skip. Don't draw a monster and die to my max C, please. Make Little Knight if only, man. Please, no level 4. No, it's too much defense. That's not fair. I don't care. I'm here. Donner is big enough. Boom! Die! Easy clap. How big are the spirit dudes? 800? 400. Okay, everything in their deck is weak as shit, man. Martha is big. Yeah, but all 3 Marthas are gone. Ooh! I'm banishing 3 right off the bat. I don't care. Actually, first I'm checking what's there. Maybe I can beat it. Maybe it's a maxi. It's probably Ash. Hit it! No, it's too strong. Okay. I mean, I could wait until I hit more. I could wait. I'm greedy like that. I'll set it. Because if they summon something, I get 1 more card. Or set another card. 10 cards left. Is this still the Exo-Sister duel? Yeah, can't you tell? No, don't disconnect on me. Come on. No, don't take that away from me. Don't take that away from me. Stay until you deck out, you coward. Oh, come on, man. Okay, let me see if they had outs. Let me see if they had outs, at least. They played 1 Aratama. They were out of Aratama. Why do you play 1 Aratama and 3 Sakitama? Okay. They had no outs. Nothing. They play 11 Exo-Sisters, and they were out of 11 Exo-Sisters, I believe, because I think the one on the board was number 11. They played 2 Returnia, 1 Vadis. All of those were gone. They had like 1 more Raigeki to kill my Donner. That was the only out to my Donner was Raigeki. So funny, man. Oh, man. Okay, well. I told you Runick's good right now. I told you. Not even a problem. Not even close. It's fucked up how they played around my Max C by turning the Stella into defense, though. That was kind of messed up. Stake your soul. Your nose is mine. That's gonna. Oh my god! Don't show me Ash. Oh, that's actually. I don't want to, bro. I don't want to anymore. Yeah, cool. I wonder if they're gonna have an out for it. Ah, unlucky. They had Ash Blossom. That's so unfortunate, man. God damn it. Maybe if you shotgun Maxi. Well, yeah, okay. Shotgun Maxi to play around Stake Your Soul, reveal Ash. Alright. You would have done that. Genius. I mean, they clearly have more fire monsters. Otherwise, they wouldn't add Jiaolong. You need at least 1 more fire monster. Otherwise, Jiaolong there doesn't make sense. Until Sleipnir gets added, it's near impossible to summon any of the runic fusions properly. Yeah, people have done it for like the memes, but you would never. Well, yeah, this Maxi just did nothing, man. They still have 2 fires left after using the Ash. That was the reason to still use it, of course. I mean, of course you use it, because you have to bait the Ash at some point. Well, I don't think shotgunning Maxi is good in Master Duel right now, because Dragon Link plays Gamma. I think that's just, that alone is good enough reason. And there's, yeah. like, yeah. I mean, this hand theoretically could shotgun it because it's already a good hand, so you don't care if your opponent just passes, but... Nice Ash I baited, bro. Nice Ash that I baited. I did so well baiting this Ash. Good job. Maybe they don't have a Dark at least to draw with to draw with freaking Borger. Madlove. Okay, they've summoned. They've already used this. Yeah, okay. Oh, they have normal. Of course. Yeah, my bad. My bad, bro. Okay, Snow Devil, Raisin, Ash is what we know. And the universe probably also gave them Maxi, because, like, you know, it wouldn't be... Ah, yes. Okay, cool. Duplicate. Still no Mold. Can I draw Mold? Actually, Mold Cricket's not good here because of Ash. Actually, it's fine. I didn't want Mold Cricket anyways. But like a Sacred Tree or something like that, you know? Hit me up with that. Ash Ray. You know what we can do? We can snipe. We can snipe the freaking Ash out of their hand. It's gonna be glorious. Watch this. Oh, it's in draw phase. Never mind. Yep, nope. I was joking. They can bounce my Camellia. It's all cringe, man. I can't beat this like that. Is Naturia Runick viable in TCG? No, you can't. I don't think you can play it with... You can play it with one Sacred Tree, but I don't think so. I wouldn't call it viable. It's playable, but not viable. Ashing Camellia is surely interesting. Battle phase? I think they just bounce my thing, though. If I go battle phase. They can just use the trap, summon, raise, and bounce Camellia, and it's kind of over. I don't think battle phase threatens anything. Like, threatening the battle phase against a card like Rock or IP is only good if you going to the battle phase is actually threatening for the opponent. Here it's not. Because they can just use the trap, summon, raise in here, and just vibe, you know. Do they have all three already? Oh. Yeah, we lose those probably. Ash, Max C, Stake Your Soul. We lose those. That's fair. That happens. So in their hand, they just revealed Maxi, Borger. Yeah, Maxi and Borger. So if they just go Valius, they're gonna have... Yeah, they have all three. But they need to toggle on. Oh, okay, they didn't toggle on. We get to draw here. Maybe. Actually, no, we don't get to draw. Because they can bounce my Hugin. Can they? Maybe. What are they doing? They need to chain values here if they want to stop me from... Yeah. Yeah, we lose. If they do it right. If they go Caesar and Mad Love effect. Munin wins? No, Caesar doesn't target. I don't play Munin, but even if we did, it didn't do anything here. Slumber can only protect monsters, yeah. They played it well, but to be fair, it's not that hard to play it well with that hand. It's not that difficult to, you know, to get there if you draw like that, but still. Yeah. It was a well-played game nonetheless. Ooh. Okay. It's so sad. I can't chain block my fountain anymore, man. If if I go tip for fountain, I can't chain block it. But I still have to, I think I have to do it this way, because the problem with this hand is like, if I summon Hugin to bait a hand trap, and then I tip for fountain, I can't activate any of my other runics. Yeah. What? Okay. Well. Ooh, the Sacred Tree is a little late to the party, but the Mole Cricket is just in time. Well, you had Ash! Okay. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. Okay, well. It's Necros, so I'm kind of scared of something like evenly matched. I think I keep all my runics in hand, even though there's some things you can do against like Necros of Trishula, where you just chain your last runics in hand and it can't vanish, but I think I'm too scared of evenly matched. The thing is, the dispelling should be pretty good against Necros, because I don't think they can really go without searching. Oh, it's... Oh, okay. Oh, there's the first search. Necros Mikanko. Okay, I'm listening. Mikankros. Alright, I see. Discard 1. Another Kaleidoscope. Okay, well. Do that. Discard Hare. That's not very good. But this banishing the dance is pretty good, I think. I'm not gonna fountain for 1 here. That's usually a 1 of, yeah. Arabesque. Activation is fine. The effect, on the other hand, shall not be allowed. Stop. Moon Mirror Shield, Nini, and Clausulus. Okay. The hell's the Moon Mirror Shield doing there? I'll settle for 2 on the fountain. Ooh. Hello. Probably only an upstart goblin, but it was too much for them. The Maxi was the... Okay, what the hell were they cooking? I need to know. What the hell were they cooking? They did only play 1. That's funny. I have no idea what the synergy is between freaking Mikanko and Necros. I have no idea what the synergy is, man. I guess if you have Kaleidoscope plus Unicorn, it's like a free search for ritual stuff. I suppose. Oh, Maxi Ash, we're the best. Lubellion. I mean, it's either Dragon Link or Branded. Against Dragon Link, I think ashing Lubellion is fine. Against Branded is obviously a disaster. Yeah. I'm too scared of Branded. Searches Druisworm and passes. Okay, I think it was safe to not ash it. I think we're good. Should have gone Smiting Storm. I'll ash the Maxi. Because I don't want him to get out of their bricky hand. If this one resolves, we probably just win. They don't have like Imperm Veiler. That's Gucci. Now the problem was because I activated Slumber instead of Smiting Storm. I can't activate this Slumber this turn, but I'm gonna draw 2 with this. And worst case, I have a Runick next turn. Okay, that works. You discard Smiting Storm there because you can't activate it anyways. While they have no cards. The Slumber is at least going to be activatable next turn, you know? Yugioh, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. I'm assuming Magnamood is in their hand because they didn't search it with Lubellion, but maybe they wanted Druisworm because it gives them a better chance of surviving. Maybe they don't have Magna, but I'm assuming they do, but they might not. If they put 3 to 2, 3 to 2 is like, yeah, I would say 2 trees you could get away with it. But it's definitely like even in this, like even with 3 trees, I still run out of it so often. But with 2 trees, I'd be inclined to try it again. But in the TCG, I'm not sure if it would be better than the Bestial Runick one. Probably not. Because the reason why I think Naturia Runick is better in the I'll draw the card here. Better in Master Duel is because of Maxi. Like the Naturia cards are much better into Maxi than the Quem and stuff. Why Tri-Edge over Stardust? I don't know. I don't see a reason to play Stardust anymore. Well, Maxi drew Maxi. Phenomenal. I guess we make Chengying here. Chengying. Or Baron pop my own Sacred Tree. That's probably it. I mean, Stardust Charge Warrior is a good card, and you could maybe build like a crazy Runic Synchro version that plays both, but like, if you only have room for one, I think it's always Tri-Edge. I don't see a reason not to play Tri-Edge over Charge Warrior. Like, Tri-Edge is just a better card, isn't it? I think I Baron the Magna. Had I should have maybe activated Fountain before. I didn't think they would do that. It didn't really make sense. But had I activated Fountain, I could have just freezing cursed it. I didn't think they would do that, but Charge Warrior can clear the board. I can tell you, in all my tournaments playing Runic decks, I have never, ever attacked with Stardust Charge Warrior. Has never happened. Not a single time. That does not happen. So it's irrelevant. Charge Warrior isn't an ultra rare. Okay, yeah, fair enough. If you want to, if it's for budget reasons, you can play Charge Warrior over Tri-Edge. Like if you don't have it, like whatever. Yeah, you can do that. That works. But from like a gameplay perspective, there's no reason to play Charge Warrior over Tri-Edge. Because like, for example, the deck I played in Bologna didn't even have a way. Oh, God. Do I even make? No. Good Lord. You enjoy your next turn, Dragon Link enjoyer. Go ahead. God damn. We don't have another tree, but that's fine. Maybe shouldn't even send with this Camellia, because it just gets rid of... I mean, we send a Mole Cricket, it's fine, but like, you know. Ginger Moose Chef, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Cheers. Beep. 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 Wait, you have Lubellion in the grave. Why didn't you summon that? How many Runicks? 1. Tip though. Wait, it's branded. It was branded. It was branded all along. Okay. Well. I think Fountain for 2 is fine in this spot. Just let it resolve. Because there's no guarantee they play into these in main phase 2. And I don't really want to Flashing Fire the Druid's Worm. Just take the 2 draws. We've drawn 3 Ashes against Branded, by the way. We are, in fact, what you would normally consider the best. I guess drawing wasn't the greatest because we could have drawn Sunflower. That would have sucked. We didn't do it. Therefore, our play was correct. If it's not punished, then it's the correct play, you know? That's what they say. I wish it asked me this at the end of the main phase, but it didn't. I would like to understand why they are still here. There it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We deserve that. That's fine. That's fair. Should have toggled on and did this in their main phase and summoned the Sunflower. It's alright. Okay, I wanted to activate the effect, but I can also turn it to attack position menacingly. It's fine. I'm trishing them. I don't know how yet, but I will. Do we have another Hugin? No. I can trish them. Level 6 synchro. Yeah, okay, I can trish them. I don't know if it's worth trishing them, to be fair. Wait, I can trish them right now. Oh, I have to synchro off my Mole Cricket. My Sunflower, I mean. I guess that works. This. I just love summoning Trish with this deck. Make Nat Beast first. I actually want to keep Camellia around. I think Camellia is pretty good here. I don't think I need a Nat Beast here. Chain Serenir. And what's the point of that? Are they sticking in here because they think they can win? Oh, hello, Talents. No, not the Mercurier, man. That's not fair. That's so unlucky, man. I just lost my Ash. That's so unlucky. We're in such a bad spot now. That's fucked up. Yeah, we can't win anymore. He's so sad. Thank God they disconnected, man. What else we would have done? Oh! The last... We are proficient! What do I get for that? What do I get for that? Grade 10. That's it? That was all? Cool. I will cherish that. Okay, let me replace this one shitty title that I have for that one that I just got. Where is it? Yeah, let's replace this shit with that. All right, there we go. Grade 10 finally. Great stuff. No longer world champion. But proficiency level 10. Okay, that's a lot of Naturias. Calm down. Thank God diameter is limited, man. Thank God diameter is limited. That could have gone downhill very fast if they didn't limit diameter. Can I stop drawing the sunflower now? It's enough. 3 games in a row is enough. Don't put the smiles into the chat box every time that happens. Stop doing that. Ah, 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 ah. Ah. Ah, yes. Ooh. Ah, yes. Ah, yeah. I mean, I'd probably still pitch sunflower. Yeah. Come on, man. Why is everyone not human today? Oh, God. I'm so annoyed, man. Alright, I'm not annoyed anymore. Why did you do it in draw phase? They maxied me in draw phase, and I chained a Runick to special. That's why. Is you real Joshua Slid? Yes. Yes. Okay, what does this mean? What does this mean? Oh. I have no hand traps other than Ash. There's no way that's enough, right? It's a bot, right? But if it's the FTK with the thingy, the destruct potion, then I just win with Runics, no? Yep. Yep, 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 yep. I just flashing fire now, right? Don't think I have don't think there's anything. I just want to make sure nothing goes wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's safe. Goodbye. Probably not a bot. There's no way it's not a bot. They called by my maxi after it resolved. There's no shot. Oh god, man. There has to be better FTKs than that too. There has to be a better way to make an FTK that doesn't lose to any freaking any chain blocking thing whatsoever. No way. King Boohoo! 20! Holy shit, thank you so much. You've been very kind this month. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Enjoyed the subs, everybody. Very, very kind. Thank you. When is React Andy? In a bit. In a bit. Actually, we need to start soon. Yeah, we need to start React Andying soon. Otherwise, we won't finish it in one day. Oh, it's a fellow. I mean, is it a fellow? We'll see. It might not be. It might be a stun Andy. We have to see. Let's see if they're based or not. I don't know what that means, but I'll ash it. That is stun. How is that stun? Why do they play Fogblade, man? What? Oh. No, no, no. Okay. I was about to say, don't demise me. It is stun. That's crazy. Well. I'll summon the Mole Creek. F. Okay. Okay. Drewski, thank you for the 11. Appreciate that. And Soulside's Journeys, thank you for the gift sub to Runick Stun Best Deck. Appreciate that. Very nice. Let me attack your Hugin. Beep. Okay. I mean, I tip for destruction, right? I tip for destruction and pop the rivalry. Yeah. Ban Fountain? You take that back. Fountain is not the problem. Okay, goodbye. Let's do one more. Let's get to Master 4 if we win. And then do the 2012 recap. That sounds like a plan. Because we do need to get going with that. Otherwise, we won't finish it in one day. Because I pause too much. And I talk too much during nostalgic videos. Bro, bring back Fountain to 2. And ban all the stupid floodgates, man. Is what I'm saying. Alright, yeah. Master 4, here we come. There can be only one is still at 2. That is crazy to me, by the way. Like, that's unironically... Like, I like that they've limited a lot of the floodgates. Because, I mean, in my opinion, they should be banned. But it's, like, better than playing against 3 of them, right? But the fact that they somehow think, like... Tikaboo out of all of them should be at 1 should be at 2 is crazy to me. It's because Tikaboo is an Ultra? Probably. That's... Unironically, it's sad, but that's probably the reason. All the other ones are like supers, right? We just need to draw any Runick and they are completely cooked. Because we can still tip for Fountain. And we did not. Cool. Poggers. Love that for us. We get one more draw. Off of Charge Warrior. Tri-Edge, my bad. Not Charge Warrior. I mean, even if we don't draw a Runick, we're fine regardless. Okay. That one may... It's actually fucked up. That's actually fucked up, man. But you got Nib? Is that summon 5? 1, 2, 3. That is 5. Why don't you Nib? They do have Nib, I think. Let them Nib. Honestly, if they Nibbed, I would have used Max E to draw 2 cards. I would have just let it happen. They are mad right now. They're big mad right now. I guess it's better than drawing it, though, to be fair. Anima zone? Yeah, I misclicked. I always summon my Baron in the leftmost zone. Alright, well. That was a good session. That was a good session. Mostly wins. Good day in Master Duel. It is time now. Actually, let me collect my thingies first. And open the legacy packs. Because I still don't have Shadow Mosquito. I still need Shadow Mosquito from the legacy packs. How many do I have? Probably not that many. 80. Yeah. Is Naturia Runick worth building? If you like it, yeah, it's playable. It's not the best deck in the format. So like, wait, why do I have 2 more? Where do these come from? Okay. All right. We're gonna finish the Master 1 climb. Probably also playing some other decks in the next couple of days. Yeah, I want to play a little bit of everything this week, leading up to Christmas. We're gonna play like, except for Mathmech. Don't ask me to play Mathmech. We're gonna play a little bit of everything leading up to Christmas until we hit Master 1 before the holidays. I will probably be streaming during the holidays, by the way. Not every day like usual, but like I'll be gone over the Christmas holidays. But then between like the 27th and the 31st, I'll probably stream a couple times because you know, we're home anyways. So just so you know what the plan is for the thing is, I'll be gone for a week over New Year. But like between Christmas and New Year, I'll be there, and then I'll be gone for New Year's for a couple days, and then I'll be back after that. So just so you know. Are you saving gems for Super Heavy Samurai? I have like 4,000 to 5,000 right now. I don't plan on spending them on anything until we get anything new. So yeah, I guess I am. Okay. Next thing is something that you guys have kept asking me to do for the last 2 weeks since it's come out, because you know, we always do the Law YGO Yu-Gi-Oh recaps, and this one came out like 2 weeks ago, and I've been busy, you know, with YCS Bologna and all that good stuff, and we haven't done it yet. So we are going to watch together the 2012 Yu-Gi-Oh recap from the Law YGO, one of my favorite series on YouTube. I'm gonna send the link in chat as well, and we need to pin it. I have pinned the link to the video. Shoutouts to the Law YGO as per usual. These are great insights into the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! For me personally, they are huge nostalgia baits because, you know, I was playing back then. But even if you didn't play back then, you know, I think it's interesting to look back at it and how the game was back in the day. And we are going to lean back and enjoy the thing for 2012. 2012, also the year of my first, I think my first top 2012, YCS Leipzig with windups, I'm pretty sure. And obviously also the year that I got to go to the World Championships for the very first time, because it all happened very fast back then. I got very lucky at the European Championship in 2012 and made my way all the way to top 4. So it's a year that I think back to very, very fondly.
Entering 2012, the Zexal era had just begun and was already starting to pick up steam. While Exceed strategies weren't viable out the gate for the era, Photon Shockwave...
Okay, it starts with a banger right off the bat. Photon Shockwave is like an insanely powerful pack. Like, what's... top of my head, Rescue Rabbit, Wind Up Rabbit, what? There's like the freaking everything, man.
Its release had brought the first major Exceed deck into the meta with Dino Rabbit, leading to the first core release of 2012. Which would take that initial step and run miles with it to completely change the meta into an Exceed-dominated space.
Right, it had Dolka. Right.
Order of Chaos.
I remember now where we left off, because we watched 2011, and 2011 already had Rescue Rabbit, right? Rabbit was foreshadowed? I don't remember exactly where we left off.
Release date, January 20th, 2012. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Inzector, Windup, Ninja. Impact...
no. Photon Shockwave, that's why I got it mixed up in my head. I was like, did we already watch this? But like, we haven't. But it's like Photon Shockwave was at the end of 2011, and we start 2012 off with Order of Chaos. Okay, now I'm back. Okay.
Triangle format rises. Order of Chaos in many ways is the full start of the Exceed dominance on the meta, as while Dino Rabbit may have been the first Exceed deck, Chaos would bring forward two major meta threats into the space to fully spark the Exceed takeover. Starting with the not as impactful archetypes, Photon would receive a couple of new notable pieces in Lizard, able to tribute itself to search for a Photon
was
from
never
deck,
good. The only
Crusher,
card I remember
a
ever
2K
playing
normal
was
summon
Photon
that swaps
Thrasher,
to defense if it attacks,
that one
and
was
Thrasher, able to special summon itself from hand if you control no monsters and can't attack if you control another monster. While Photon as a deck was still nothing with this support, Thrasher specifically would find a home in rank 4 centric decks thanks to its swarm capability and its typing as Warrior, making it searchable with Rhoda. Ninja received a major wave of support for the Exceed era thanks to the Element Armor Ninjas, providing level modulation, Grandmaster Hanzo, able to search either a Ninja or a Ninjutsu art card based on how he's summoned, Ibizu, who bounces spells and traps, Upstart Golden, who can trade a trap in hand to special summon a ninja from deck, White Dragon, a TCG exclusive that protects spells and traps from destruction, Blade Armor Ninja, a warrior locked rank 4 that can detach a material to make a ninja attack twice that turn, number 12 Crimson Shadow Armor Ninja, a rank 5 able to detach a material on a quick effect to protect ninjas from destruction that turn, Armor Ninjutsu Art of Alchemy, able to destroy at least one other face-up ninjutsu art card to draw 2, Ninjutsu Art of Super Transformation, able to send a ninja you control and a monster the opponent controls to the grave to special...
Probably because most of these are just not relevant. Like Hanzo and Super Transformation were like fine, but most of all the element ninjas have never seen play. The Exceeds were good, but mostly in other decks. Yeah, I didn't remember it being this many because so few of them were actually relevant.
Summon a dragon, dinosaur, or sea serpent from deck with a lower level than the total of the monster sent, and Ninjutsu Art of Duplication, a TCG exclusive able to tribute a ninja to summon ninjas from deck whose total level is less than or equal to the tributed ninja. Ninja from here would become a rogue strategy, but specifically the combination of Hanzo and Super Transformation would be a tech option for various strategies centering around dragons, dinosaurs, and sea serpents for a while after, though not super popular for now. Evol would see a couple of pieces to push the strategy forward in Evo Force, which tributes an evil tile to summon an evil Sar from deck, treating it as summoned by an evil tile effect, and Evotile Najasho, a TCG exclusive that summons an evil Sar from deck when tributed. While Evol would not be meta still, these two would go a long way in making the deck playable at a rogue level by giving the strategy...
People did play Evol back in the day. People tried it, but it was like... it was never more than like a tier 2 to tier 3 deck back in the... Probably closer to tier 3. Like, it never really saw any success, but it was like something you could mess around with.
actual swarming tools to use with their exceeds in archetype. As for the archetypes that would be meta, Insector was a series of insect monsters focused around equipping themselves to each other to level modulate and gain other effects, with all of the lower level Insectors sharing an effect to equip an Insector from hand or grave to themselves once per turn, gaining level and potentially attack and defense equal to the equipped monsters.
So contrary to what you might think, even though I did bring Insector to the 2012 World Championships and got third with it, I never really liked Insector. It was just it was so strong at Worlds. We're probably going to talk about that in a bit when they get to Worlds in this video, but like it was so strong that you just had to play it. But I didn't really love Insector that much back then. It's looking back at it now, it's like kind of cool, but I didn't like it that much back then.
Usually. With Dragonfly, special summoning an Insector from deck when a card equipped to it is sent to grave. Centipede, searching an Insector card when an equipped card is sent to grave. Hornet, able to send itself to grave while equipped to pop a card on field. Gigamantis and Gigaweevil, who both can equip themselves from hand to an Insector themselves, boosting their original...
In the TCG, I played mostly Wind Up. But for Worlds, that wasn't an option because Wind Up had a lot of TCG exclusives. But I played a lot of Wind Up. Wind Up is also my first ever top at YCS Leipzig. And Wind Up is also the deck that I qualified to Worlds with. But then at Worlds, I couldn't play Wind Ups.
Attack to 2400 or defense to 2600 respectively, with both special summoning an Insector from grave when sent to grave while equipped. Zecaliber, an equipped spell that boosts the monster by 800 and recurs an Insector card when sent to the grave from the field. And Hopper, a TCG exclusive that can send itself to grave while equipped to let the previously equipped monster attack directly that turn, but it's the only monster that can attack that turn. Insector would very quickly become meta off the back of the interactions of Dragonfly, Centipede, and Hornet, with your standard line getting
I think the thing I didn't like about Insectors was that the deck was so freaking powerful if you drew Hornet, but if you didn't have Hornet, it was a huge issue, right? Because like the entire deck just falls apart if it doesn't have Hornet. They gave them Ladybug later, or like I don't know if Ladybug was in the same set as the first wave, but like Ladybug was kind of like a pseudo secondary Hornet. Like, that was also okay, but, like, Hornet was still much better.
2 level 3 monsters, a search for follow-up.
You got to play Card Trooper at Worlds? Yeah, I also got to get freaking, like, in top 4 at Worlds, my opponent went Heavy Storm, Card Trooper, Mill, I don't know how many Darks, but they had exactly 3 after, and Dark Armed me. So don't mention Card Trooper in 2012 to me one more time, please.
And 2 pops, being rather powerful for the current metagame as a board-breaking combo strategy. The other meta powerhouse to come from this would be Wind Up, who received Rat, able to change itself to defense to revive a Wind Up from grave. Shark, a TCG exclusive that can special summon itself from hand when a Wind Up is summoned, able to raise or lower its level once per turn. Carrier Zenmighty, a rank 3 able to detach a material to summon a Wind Up from deck. And Zenbayo, an OCG import rank 5 that can detach a material to destroy 2 set cards once per turn. Wind Up, thanks primarily to Rat, Shark, and Carrier, would quickly rise into the meta as a hand-ripping combo deck thanks primarily to Wind Up Hunter from Shockwave, able to tribute a monster to hand rip once while on the field. After establishing a Hunter, you can overlay it into Zenbaidi, who can detach the Hunter to summon a Rat from deck, able to then revive the Hunter, tribute off the Zenbaidi to rip a card, and overlay with the Rat for another Zenbaidi just to do it again. This was exceedingly easy to set up too, thanks to Wind Up Magician and Shark, who themselves could standardly set up a full combo and provide an additional rank 4 to work with. Other notable cards from the set include Trance Archfiend, able to discard a Fiend once per turn to boost itself by 500 attack, also cool. Able to recur a Banished Dark when sent to grave, being an instant slot in for Dark World. Number C39 Utopia Ray, able to overlay itself onto Utopia, being a last-ditch comeback tool for rank 4 decks by boosting itself by 1500 and dropping an opponent's attack by 3000, but only if you had 1000 or less life points. Number 96 Dark Mist, a 3-material rank 2 that can detach a material to permanently steal half the attack of the monster at battles, being slotted in as an option for agents to make with Shine Balls. Yeah. The huge revolution is over. A counter trap comparable to Starlight Road, able to negate a spell or trap that would destroy at least 2 cards on the field, banishing it, seeing some tech play. Tour Bus from the Underworld, a TCG exclusive that shuffles a monster from grave into deck when sent to grave from anywhere, intended to be a summon target for Tour Guide. And MX Saber Invoker, an OCG import rank 3 that can detach a material to summon a level 4 Earth Warrior or Beast Warrior from deck, destroying it in the end phase, being not used now, but eventually becoming a powerful combo enabler. If this was everything, it would already be enough to completely rock the meta to its absolute core, bringing multiple new strategies into the competitive space. But this core set was also complemented by a structure deck released 2 weeks later that would also introduce various new power cards to the meta, although their power would not be realized for a little bit of time.
Is it already dragon time? Oh yeah. Oh god.
Dragons Collide. Release date February 3rd, 2012.
That's
Set
such a
type,
pog structure
deck. Major strategies, Chaos Dragon. Impact, breaking a spell from 2006. Dragons Collide is a bit of an odd...
Future Fusion was a problem in 2012. Like, the card, like Light Pulsar and Dark Flare Dragon are incredibly cool cards, but Future Fusion was a freaking problem. The structure deck was cool. If Future Fusion didn't exist, it was going to be so much cooler, but like, yeah.
Structure deck in terms of release, as while it released on February 3rd in the TCG officially, it had a bit of a staggered release in full, along with the various side sets of this particular year, leading it to releasing in the EU
I always
and
thought this deck was so cool, but I never played it because it was so bricky. Well,
this
I played
resulted
it at
in
like
the next
locals and
YCS
such,
we'll
but
be
never
talking about not being able to use the new cards from the set due to legality dates, which is the primary reason for its staggered results. As for the deck itself, Dragons Collide would aim to take the previous Chaos strategy and meld it together with powerful dragons released over the past few years to form a new deck in Chaos Dragons, which combined the tendencies of both Chaos Brews and Aggro Dragon into a single strategy. This was thanks to their new cards here, Light Pulsar Dragon, who has the standard Chaos summoning condition of banishing a light and dark, but is also able to summon itself from grave by discarding a light and a dark, able to special summon a level 5 or higher Dark Dragon from grave when sent to grave. Dark Flare Dragon, who has the standard Chaos Summon condition and can discard a dragon to send a dragon from deck to grave to banish a card in either grave, and Eclipse Wyvern, who banishes a level 7 or higher light or dark...
I never realized that Dark Flare Dragon also foolishes for cost. Because it's, you can send a dragon from hand and a dragon from deck to grave, then target a card in the grave, banish it. I never realized that. Probably because we didn't have PSCT back then.
Dragon from the deck when sent to graveyard, adding it back to hand when the Wyvern is banished. While Dark Flare wasn't used too much, Light Pulsar and Eclipse Wyvern would become the cornerstone of a new strategy of Chaos Dragons thanks primarily to their interactions with Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon, who can revive the Light Pulsar, who itself could revive the Red MD.
Eclipse Wyvern is still banned, right? Yeah. It got banned during Guard Dragon format, right? Yeah.
All of this was enabled by the previous spell of Future Fusion, which at this stage was already being abused by Aggro Dragon thanks to its ability.
Then I just haven't thought about Dark Flare Dragon in 11 years, and that's why I didn't remember it did that. But
to reveal 5-headed dragon to dump 5 dragons from deck to grave, but could now dump Eclipse Wyverns to be banished for a Chaos Summon, immediately netting a search, which standardly meant you could get the entire strategy rolling off of a single card. Reprints here included Prime Material Dragon, Red MD, Dad, Chaos Sorcerer, Summoner Monk, Lila, Raiko, Book of Moon, Reasoning, Monster Gate, Charge of the Light Brigade, and Call of the Haunted. YCS Guadalajara would be the first YCS of 2012, taking place on February 4th. And while the faces of the previous meta were still around to varying levels of success, the new Exceed strategies had clearly taken a majority of the top cut, centering the metagame around these 3. Windup would take the highest slice of the 3, but would only clear into the top 8 overall, as the 3 in a weird way formed a sort of rock paper scissors dynamic where standardly Windup beat Rabbit, Rabbit beat Inzektor, and Inzektor beat Windup. Windup being able to hand rip the opponent for 3 to 4 cards in the first turn is insanely powerful, especially going into cards that
I will say, Windup, I mean, yeah, Windup could hand loop, right? Windup definitely could hand loop, but people played like Maxis and Effect Veilers a lot. I like after... This is the early days, but I think we're going to see a lot more Effect Veilers in people's decks moving like in the next couple thingies that they're going to show. Like the chance that you would actually hand loop your opponent with Windup wasn't actually that high. It didn't happen that often. It was, I think the best part about Windup was its grind game with cards like Windup Factory. Like Windup Factory was an insane card in any sort of grindy scenario. Because Windup Factory says it's a continuous spell that says whenever, like when once per turn when a Windup activates an effect, you get to search a Windup from deck to hand. So it was very, very often a game of you would play a grind game, assembling resources, grinding through your opponent's resources until eventually you would break through and combo them and win the game, right? That was mostly what it was about. But it did, of course, have this small chance of sometimes you open Magician Shark and your opponent doesn't have a hand trap, and then you just win the game, right? But like, yeah. Okay. But yeah, I think Wind Up was a pretty cool deck, even though, of course, the chance that it would hand loop you, that wasn't fun, right? But like,
don't operate well in the grave like Rabbit, especially when they have to go into top deck mode with a deck of 6 bricks in their vanillas. However, Inzektor can play out of the grave quite effectively since their monsters can equip pieces from grave, so the standard hand loop is not as effective against the bugs, which is why you'd see many players on Wind Up main decking cards like Fiendish Chain to stop an Inzektor line from starting. You may have also noticed the inclusion of Max C into the main deck here. This is about the point where Max C started to see more stable usage, as one of the 3 decks in the meta special summoned like...
This is true. It's like this format started like, you know, you would play Max C, because if your opponent goes Rabbit, you draw 2 cards. If your opponent goes Tour Guide, Max C's good. If you play against Wind Up, Max C's gonna be good. The thing is, Max C starts becoming a staple here, yet I think at this point it still wasn't like a toxic card. If you got hit with Max C, you wouldn't lose the game. You would just like set your traps and pass. And arguably at that time, it actually was more like Max C was intended, right? Because it would only be really annoying for you if you planned on doing something super degenerate. Like if your hand did the Wind Up hand loop and Max C stopped you, you know, it's probably a good thing that it did that, right? Like that is the year where Max C started seeing a lot of play, but I don't think this is the year where it became a problem yet. I don't think we're there yet. Because in that time frame, usually it was like, okay, my opponent activates Rescue Rabbit, and they're gonna get a free freaking Lagia on legs, so it's only fair that I'm gonna draw 2 cards to combat that, right? Like that, it didn't feel like a super unfair trade. Like it was fine in that sense, right? Your opponent gets a powerful Lagia, you get 1 extra card in hand, and both players were like fine with that interaction, right? And it's like against Wind Up, of course, like, I mean, it was necessary to stop the Wind Up hand loop, for example. So in that time, I think Max C did accomplish what it was designed to do, which I think is an interesting thing to look at, because like from today's perspective, that's like, you know, obviously today the card is not healthy anymore, but there was a time where the game was so different that the card actually made sense when they made it. Like when they made Max C, I think it made sense from how the game worked back then.
Crazy, being Wind Up. So being able to effectively counter the hand loop on turn 1 was a viable tool in this metagame. Inzektor would make it a little farther than Wind Up here, making it to the top 4, and similarly it had interesting dynamics with the other 2 decks in the meta. Seeing as how many cards in their deck could facilitate the board-breaking combo Inzektor is known for, Wind Up is not nearly as potent of an issue when playing into it. However, Dino Rabbit still poses a threat, as Inzektor has a difficult time playing into monster effect negation going second, which led to more monster removal in the main to out Dolka. Last of the big 3, Rabbit made it all the way to second place here, facing an Inzektor matchup in the top 4, notably main decking DD Crow here as a way to counter out the Hunter loop by banishing the 1 copy of Hunter out of the grave after the first Zen Mighty summon, as well as being able to counter out Inzektor by banishing their Hornet out of the grave. Aside from this, not much had changed in the deck structure since the previous outing. However, none of the big 3 would take this event, with that honor going to Oscar Zavala on 6 Samurai, similarly main decking Max C.
There's no shot, man. I mean, it's not a terrible deck, but the other 3 are so much better.
At 3 copies to help manage the field of the big 3. YCS Atlanta would be held 2 weeks later, and in that period of time, it had become fairly clear that Dino Rabbit was probably the pick moving forward, as the other 2 had
Dino
clear
Rabbit
counters going first in different hand traps, while Rabbit still had nothing really stopping it going first due to ignition effect priority. Evol would see its first top here thanks to Najasho and Evo Force from Order of Chaos, giving the deck some actual swarming potential between the 2 reliably accessing the rank 4 pool. Empty Jar would see a single top 16 finish, as the deck had received multiple tools for triggering the jars and stall tools like One Day over the last year. Marquise Henderson would win the day on TG Stun, being a shocking upset in the top.
This deck is so toxic. Let me move over so you can see the entire list, man. Oh my god, this deck is so toxic. Oh god, dude.
top 8 of almost entirely Rabbit and Windup, showcasing the power of specifically Thunder King Ryo in the meta of extra deck bosses. This event would lead us into the next reprint set 3 days later, and though it had been done before, this set was still hotly anticipated for what it represented for the future of the game.
And what is it? What is that?
Raw Yellow Mega Pack.
Oh, the Mega
Release
Pack.
date, February 21st, 2012.
That's just
Set
reprints.
type, reprint set. Major strategies, Hero, 6 Samurai, Macro. Impact, double dipping the reprint train. Raw Yellow Mega Pack is an odd case when it comes to reprint sets in the game's history, as it effectively was a compacted version of the previous year's Legendary Collection 2 for individual pack sales. Regardless, Raw Yellow did another big wave of reprints for various strategies and different rarities than before, reprinting Card Trooper, Grand Mole, Stratos, Necrogardna, Neosalius, Gallus, Miracle Fusion, Super Poly, Instant Fusion, Hero Blast, Malicious, Plasma, Sidra, Future Fusion, Mizuki, Ryo, D-Fissure, Macro, D-Prison, DD Survivor, Grandmaster of the 6 Samurai, DD Crow, Gateway of the 6, and Double-Edged Sword Technique. YCS Leap Siege would take place 4 days later.
Unfortunately, out of all those, you wouldn't play anything in these. This is me. I'm in here. I'm one of the 2 windups. Which is criminal, by the way. We were criminally underrepresented at YCS Leipzig. But I made top 16 at that was my first YCS top ever, and I lost to Simon He in top 16.
And if there was an event to encapsulate how this format felt for the majority of the player base, this was the one, seeing only the Triangle 3 decks make the top 16, with Steven Sluise taking the event with Dino Rabbit, once again showcasing its dominance of the 3. Shortly after Leap Siege, the ban list would be updated on March 1st, and while it did handle a couple of sore points in the metagame, it may have also been one of the most out-of-touch ban lists to date, as literally nothing from the current big 3 would get hit in any regard. Newly banned were Glow Up Bulb, Spore,
That was crazy. The Glow Up Bulb Spore Trish one was insane, dude. No one was playing that shit anymore. They murdered plants like in literal hindsight, man.
And Trap Dust Shoot, which effectively took Synchro Plant out behind the barn and also banned probably the most annoying staple in the current meta. Newly limited were TG Striker and Agent Earth, being hits towards TG Agent, I guess. It's a really weird hit set regardless. Newly semi-limited were Lumina, Marshmallow, Reborn Tengu, E-Telly, Level Limit Area B, Sheen Smoke Signal, Torrential Tribute, and Ultimate Offering, being a wide set of hits and releases for decks of the previous metagame. Lastly, Unlimited was Call of the Haunted, wrapping a ban list that effectively just primed the meta to be even more reliant on the already powerful Triangle.
This did nothing other than it got rid of Trap Dust Shoot. It gave us a second Torrential, and sometimes the third call was something that Inzektor considered, but that was it. Like, and everything else irrelevant.
Meta. This would be the precursor to the largest event in Yu-Gi-Oh history, even to this day, being YCS Long Beach on March 24th, with a record of 4,364 players in attendance, sparked by this being advertised as the 100th YCS, when in reality it was the 25th, but it was the 100th major event circuit tournament following the 75th.
Right, they said 100th YCS, but they counted the Shonen Jumps, I think.
JCs that happened in the GX and 5Ds eras. While the event did have a top cut of 64 players, records from this period in Yu-Gi-Oh's history are extremely notably incomplete for most events, with some not even having published deck lists, period.
I mean, this is still the biggest YCS to this date, right? 4,500 or whatever it was, I think.
Cases moving forward here, we'll be showing the top cut graphs that are representative of the meta rather than everything, as Long Beach is probably the best example of an incomplete dataset for the entire year, with 39 of the top 64 being unknowns. Looking instead at the top 16, a lot of what we've seen from the past few events held even through the ban list, with Dino Rabbit continuing to see the most success of the big 3. Wind-Up Beast would be a combination of stun decks in many respects, with the Wind-Up deck.
Oh, I remember this. I remember trying this after the YCS, but I never liked it. But that was crazy, with the Ape Fighter as well.
Primarily to Photon Saber Tiger, who combined nicely with Horn of the Phantom Beast to get quick battle wins and damage in, while also being a level 3 for Exceed plays into the Wind-Up line. Piper Chaos is an odd deck that makes its first appearance in top 4 here, being primarily based on the previously discussed interaction between Mystic Piper and Kinkapiyu, mixing in level 1 powerhouses like Thaler, DD Crow.
This deck is very, very based. It's just slightly underpowered for its time. I mean, it could still perform, as you can see here, but it was like, if this deck had existed just a little bit sooner, like a year earlier or something like that, it would have cooked. But like 2012 was just a little bit too late.
And Mechlord Emperor Wiesel, who provided synchro countering and spell negation, as well as the chaos bosses of Sorcerer and BLS.
I'm pretty sure it was still
Hero
a 2-day
Beat also
event.
cleared into the top 4 here, primarily being the same game plan as before, but now with added access to Blade Armor Ninja for quick and sudden OTK pushes, a trend that would be taken to its natural conclusion shortly hereafter. In a massive upset, Michael Ballin would take the event with Dark World, notably adding in Malefic Stardust as a way to keep gates up for multiple turns, and Tour Guide providing access to Brawn for either rank 3 plays, or to bounce and resummon Grapha. YCS Lima would follow a week later, and it would be far more standard to the expectations of the meta than how higher placements of Long Beach showed, with the big 3 taking 14 of the top 16, including the first place slot piloted by Hector DeGaldo, playing Dino Rabbit. Lastly in this block was the Shonen Jump promo for April 2012, which is also pretty important due to the fact that later this year, Shonen Jump was going fully digital, meaning that the promos they had tied to the service would instead now be mailed out directly rather than by the issue. While this doesn't sound like that big of a deal on paper, it meant that now, rather than waiting to see if the promo was worth it and then buying the issue from your local bookstore, it meant that you actually had to be subscribed to Shonen Jump in advance to get the promo, and once the distribution had ended, that was it. You couldn't go and buy more copies of the magazine to get more, you only got what was distributed. With that said, the final print promo for Shonen Jump was number 30 Acid Golem, which is technically already in players' hands prior to the April 1st drop date.
Do you know why Acid Golem was good at the time? Do you want me to tell you why we played Acid Golem sometimes? It was because it was the biggest freaking rank 3 you could make. There was no other rank 3 that was that big, and you would like take the drawback. You know, like you would take the drawback of like, I can't summon, just so you could make the biggest possible, like turning Tour Guide into the biggest possible thing. And sometimes you would even play it like against like a skill drain deck or whatever. It would be like you're only out to deal with like a big monster, and so on and so forth. You know, like that was actually the reason why that was the intention behind Acid Golem. You know,
thanks to it showing up in some deck lists as far back as Long Beach. Being a rank 3 with 3000 attack that locks special summoning of the owner, had to detach a material each turn or burn the user, and couldn't attack if it had no materials. At this time, it would be primarily slotted in decks with reliable rank 3 access, which at this stage was practically every deck thanks to Tour Guide, thanks to it being a large attacking body that was easy to summon. This would lead into the year's starter deck 2 weeks later, and while most starter decks at this stage were hit or miss, this one would bring a couple of new tools to the pool to spice things up nicely.
Ooh, the Jin one, right. Oh, I love these Jins, man. Tempo, dude. Tempo was so cool.
Release date, April 13th, 2012. Set type, starter deck. Major strategies, Jin. Impact, a few new staple Exceeds to the pool. Exceed Symphony would join the pool of the various 5D starter decks in that it introduced a couple of cards that would worm their...
Maestroke was probably the best out of the 4, but I thought Tempo was such a cool card, man.
Way into strategies throughout the rest of the year.
It was
and
also
it would be
really
thanks
good
to the Jin monsters, a series of Exceeds that each have their own control-centric effects, with Maestroke protecting itself and able to flip a monster face down by detaching material, Mellow Melody able to make a Jin attack twice, Musa-Rhythm, who could double an attacking Jin's attack, and Tempo, who could detach materials from an opponent's Exceed. While some of these would be more valuable than others, the Jins became popular extra deck staples for a period after, specifically
so
with...
basically, Maestroke was an out to a lot of things, because it's like, it can book something, and you can protect it from destruction. Tempo can steal Exceed materials, which is really good, sometimes, you know, against stuff like... Tempo was a freaking broken answer to stuff like Zenmain's. Like stuff that basically had the effect to protect itself when they would be destroyed. You detach a material instead. You would just summon Tempo to steal the materials, like Gachi, Zenmain's, Maestroke as well, that kind of stuff, right? And then Musa Rhythm could also be 3k, right?
My Stroke, though each had a period of playability at different points
only
in
one
the
that
game's
was,
history. Reprints here
irrelevant
included
was
Sangan,
Mellow Melody, or whatever.
MST,
The
Rhoda,
fourth one you
and
didn't play
Utopia,
ever, pretty much.
being a light reprint wave in line with starter deck
Or
expectations.
Utopia was another
YCS
one where stealing its materials was
to
relevant.
lose would take place the next day.
was
And while
ac-
many
it's
of the
actually a really
faces were
cool
the same
idea,
as
really
the
cool
previous
design at the
outings,
time.
there were two decks that were creeping into the public mindset from this event specifically. The first of these was a new iteration of Hero Beat, now referred to as Bubble Beat, which trimmed the monster line down to Stratos,
This deck was scary, man.
the 3 Alias, and the new inclusion of 3 Bubble Man, whose special summon from hand effect effectively gave an additional body to exceed summon with, providing an incredibly useful tool thanks to Blade Armor Ninja's previous release, pushing 4400 damage off of a single exceed summon that also set up the grave for a Miracle Fusion push. The deck didn't suffer in terms of consistency either thanks to E-Emergency Call filling the newly vacated monster slots, being a monster that effectively could be set in the back row to allow for Bubble Man to summon itself. Then you'd flip it to search after the fact, which could itself search a
Wasn't
Bubble Man
Stratos
for
banned? No, not yet.
additional summons. The other big hit of a deck would be Chaos Dragons, taking the event piloted by Peter Gross, maxing out every Chaos piece it possibly could alongside the new Dragon Core, though extremely notably chose not to play Future Fusion yet,
OGs will remember Peter Gross.
as that discovery hadn't quite come into the public eye here. Instead, that discovery
I want
would
to
happen
say first ever 3-time YCS champion? Probably. I don't think anyone else had 3 at the time.
at YCS Dallas held the same day, where
Billy,
Chaos
maybe?
Dragons
Maybe
similarly
Billy.
climbed the ranks to second place, showcasing the Twilight engine far more than before, but would primarily be centered around Future Fusion, able to set up the deck's primary plays off the back of the 1 card. Nazar Sahan would take the event on Dino Rabbit, notably playing triple of both Maxi and Valor to counter Windup and Inzektor respectively. This, however, was also about to be a sufficient counter to Dino Rabbit as well, as 11 days later on April 25th, the TCG rules were updated, removing Ignition Effect priority from the game, matching the
that
changes.
was so big. Dude, who here remembers priority, man? Priority is a rule that we had for so long that made no freaking sense, man. It made no sense whatsoever. Like, I'm sorry, like, I'm an old head, and it's always like, you know, people always hate when things change. They're like, oh, this new thing is like, but looking back at it, the priority rule, it made no freaking sense whatsoever. You couldn't Valor you couldn't Valor the freaking rabbit. Okay, for anyone, I mean, most people probably remember or have heard about it at some point, but for anyone who doesn't know, when I say priority, it refers to a rule that allowed the turn player to, on like in open game states, you could basically shotgun, I don't know how to phrase what the exact wording would be, but you could shotgun, or like you can activate an ignition effect pretty much like a quick effect, right? Like you would just, like, for example, if you normal summon Rescue Rabbit, you don't have to wait for your opponent to like say okay to the summon. Like as long as your opponent doesn't have like a solemn judgment, like as soon as the summon is successful, you can go Chainlink 1 Rescue Rabbit effect before your opponent can Torrential Tribute or Effect Veiler or anything like that, right? Like you basically your opponent didn't have priority to activate on the summon of your monster, right? Which is basically, it was just so hard, like just, to interact with things on summon. It made no sense, man. It made no sense. You could, someone in chat just said that, you could normal summon Rescue Rabbit, activate the effect, and then chain your own Torrential to it. And then chain resolves, Torrential kills the entire board, and then Chainlink 1 Rescue Rabbit summons 2 vanillas. You could do that. It makes no sense.
Made earlier in the year to the OCG. This meant that now, turn player could not activate an ignition effect in response to the successful summon of a monster, which would primarily affect decks playing cards like Dad, Chaos Sorcerer, and most of all, Rescue Rabbit, allowing a window to respond to the summon first. This meant that going first, Dino Rabbit now had a counter, being Effect Veiler being used to snipe the rabbit before it could banish and use.
This, I think, is one of the reasons why Effect Veiler wasn't so popular until this point. Like, we saw some Effect Veilers, mostly in side decks. Because Effect Veiler was only against Rabbit, you could only really Effect Veiler Tour Guide. It was good against Tour Guide, but not against anything else in the deck. Because Effect Veiler was good against Wind Up, it was good against Insector, but it sucked against Rabbit if they drew Rabbit.
Its effect, which would move to affect the deck's effectiveness compared to the other big three members. But even that status was about to be shaken. YCS Chicago took place just 3 days after the priority rule change, and with it we'd see a shocking upset as Chaos Dragon rocketed to the top of the meta briefly here, giving a challenge for the spot of top deck in the meta. The deck had mostly shifted composition back towards the first show, only with the Future Fusion inclusion, which was continuing to prove to be a massive advantage swing card. Aaron Noel would take the event on Dino Rabbit, showing the deck still had legs despite the new counters being available in the meta. With this shakeup, Ice turned to the next core set releasing 2 weeks later, and while its contributions may seem light on the surface, a shift in player mindset was just on the horizon.
Thank you, Cole. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 3 months. Ooh.
Galactic Overlord. Release date, May 8th, 2012.
Ooh,
set
Papillon.
type, core set. Major strategies, Hieratic, Insector, Light Ray.
Big
Impact,
eye.
one-off pieces that shift the meta. Galactic Overlord would be the second core set of the year, and it would take a swing for the fences with one new archetype in particular. That archetype was Hieratic, a series of high-level dragons.
Hieratic was so damn cool, man. I loved Hieratics. I didn't play them very often because they were never that good outside of the Hieratic Dragon Ruler deck somewhere in 2013, I think, or 14. But it was such a cool archetype.
Special summon a normal dragon from hand, deck, or grave when tributed, setting its attack to 0. These included Esset, who could be normaled without tributing and copy the level of a normal dragon onto all Hieratic monsters.
That was annoying.
Nebthet, who could special summon itself from hand by tributing a Hieratic monster, able to tribute a Hieratic from hand or field to pop an opponent's monster. Su, who had the same summon and pop effect, but for spells and traps. Tefnuit, who could special summon itself if you controlled no monsters. Atum, a Dragonlock rank 6 that could detach a material to summon a dragon from deck once per turn, dropping its attack and defense to 0. Heliopolis, a rank 8 that can detach a material to tribute any number of other monsters from field or hand to pop that many cards on field. Seal of Convocation, a search spell for the archetype. And Reflection, an Omni-Negate counter trap whose cost is tributing a Hieratic monster. Hieratic as its own deck would be hit or miss, primarily due to requiring one of the monsters that's able to be summoned without a tribute to start, causing...
Yeah, the deck had 4 relevant main deck monsters, 2 of which were meant to be on the field first, like Tefnuit is like Cyber Dragon, and the other one could be normal summon without tribute. And then the other 2 were the ones like the enablers from hand that would tribute the other ones to summon themselves, and then you get to summon from the deck and so on and so forth.
The deck to be prone to bricking if played pure.
But you
however,
to draw
Atum specifically would be pulled from this archetype and splashed into Chaos Dragons thanks to Light Pulsar being a level 6, granting the deck easy access to Red MD from the deck by dropping its attack and defense to 0. Insector would see a couple of new pieces here in Ladybug, who could send itself to grave while equipped to raise an Insector's level by up to 2, and Exostack, an insect-locked rank 5 that could detach a material to equip an
Ladybug was mainly huge because it removed the you needed half of its attack aspect. Like you could
While not much on the surface, Ladybug specifically solved a massive issue with Insectors, a going first equipable monster. By using the level modulation effect, it was easy to trigger the Dragonfly and Centipede loops, which could also help to facilitate a new form of deck, being the Insector combo deck. Light Ray was the other big debut archetype here, being retrains of famous bosses in the game's history with similar summoning conditions to the dark counterparts from Gate of Darkness years prior. However, none of these would come anywhere near the power and popularity of Dad, flopping on release. Moving on to the one-off cards, Card D was a monster that traded the battle phase of your turn and normal summon to draw 2 cards and end your turn, a popular choice for alternative win condition decks. Photon Strike Bouncer was a rank 6 that could detach a material to negate the effect of a monster on field and burn the opponent for 1,000, being one of the first big generic rank 6s. Photon Papilloperative was a rank 4 that could detach a material to swap a defense monster to attack mode, dropping that monster's attack by 600, a solid option in the rank 4 toolbox. Number 25 Force Focus was another generic rank 6 that could negate a level 5 or higher monster's effects for the full turn, having a more niche usage than Bouncer, but handling some corner cases that the former couldn't. Gaia Dragon the Thunder Charger was a rank 7 that could overlay onto any rank 6 or 7, dealing piercing damage, primarily used to override a monster's inability to attack after using an effect, like Atum. Night Beam
Don't make fun of Night Beam anymore.
was a new spell trap removal for set cards that stopped the targeted card from activating in
Why
response,
did he say that?
filling a niche alongside the reliable MST. Lastly, number 11 Big Eye was an OCG import rank 7 that could detach a material to steal an opponent's monster once per turn. Not seeing play for now, but being the first big generic rank 7. YCS Philadelphia would take place a little over a week later, and while the meta appeared mostly unchanged on the
stop
surface,
playing
a
Rabbit,
key development
man.
had taken
Rabbit
hold.
sucked,
The first
man.
of these was
Literally,
the appearance
Here, not even a hot take, just the truth. The only reason why Rabbit did so well is because so many people played it, man. Everyone thought that it was good. It wasn't. It was just the sheer numbers. By the sheer numbers of people that entered events with Rabbit decks, it was just like some of them didn't draw the vanillas, man. But the deck sucked, man. Trust me.
a final countdown in the top 16. While the deck itself would not stick around in the meta long term, it would set a precedent that would be iterated upon multiple times through the remainder of the year. That being that alt WinCon tools had finally hit a critical mass thanks to cards like Card D and One Day of Peace, resulting in these decks standardly being able to take one
Full
game
despair.
after a long period of time, siding into stall tools like Golden Ladybug for going into time to
Golden
take games in a
Ladybug, man.
seemingly unfair manner. Feng Shen would take the event on Chaos Dragons, seemingly changing very little with Galactic Overlord's release. The set wouldn't be able to sit for long as the new face in town, as 5 days after Philadelphia, a new first-of-its-kind pack would be released, and it would usher in a new direction Konami would be attempting
what
to
is
take
that?
Yu-Gi-Oh! In for the foreseeable future.
Oh, Battle Pack.
Battle Pack Epic Dawn. Release date,
I
May
miss Battle
24th,
Packs, man.
2012. Set type, Draft Pack. Major strategies,
I miss
various
Battle
powerful
Pack.
standalone cards. Impact, the first foray into drafts. Epic Dawn would be a bold step for the game in terms of direction, being the first ever pack specifically built to be drafted for sealed play. This was different
This was
from
such
all
a
packs.
good idea, man. I wonder why they stopped. I mean, maybe it didn't perform that well, but I guess battle packs were so cool because like you could never use classic Yu-Gi-Oh packs for drafting because there's so much archetype stuff going on that you can't do in drafting. And then they made a pack specifically for drafting, and it was so fun, man.
That came before it. As anyone who's ever played in a sneak peek event can attest, Yu-Gi-Oh's packs are not conductive to a sealed play environment in the slightest.
Yeah.
While this was a revolutionary step, this did mean that for the most part, the pack held nothing new to bring to the table. Only reprints of a couple of noteworthy cards like Gores, Tragodia, Adrius, Forbidden Chalice and Lance, Fiendish Chain.
I guess they didn't put good enough reprints in it so that not enough people were interested in it. Like maybe you need to, if you want to make such a set work, you need to also add some value to it, because I think they designed it just based off of how can we get the best possible draft experience possible without thinking about like reprint value, you know? Like they needed to throw like some, because there's a lot of good cards that you can reprint in the... I mean, I guess they did put Tour Guide in it, though. Like, Tour Guide was huge, but I guess that wasn't enough. I don't know.
Zephyros. And
I mean,
easily
this wasn't the last battle pack, so maybe this one was fine. Maybe this one did well, and that's why they made more.
the most noteworthy, Tour Guide, being her first reprint,
rarities
but
were
not
kinda
exactly
shit.
easy access due to
The
the
black
set
rares
size.
and the
Far more
Starfalls?
impactful was the weekly Shonen Jump Alpha promo that
Oh,
was
no.
mailed out
Oh, no.
around this time, whose
Oh,
legalization
no.
date was a week later on May 30th,
No.
being number 16 Shockmaster, a 3-material rank 4 that could, by detaching a material, lock the activation of spells, traps, or monster effects until the end of the opponent's next turn. This was unquestionably and insanely powerful, recognized immediately as a threat, and would find its way into any strategy with reliable access to a rank 4 line, specifically in the case of windups, as they already had the most reliable way into multiple level 4s to use thanks to Magician, but wouldn't be played for some time after release due to the windup loop still being the most reliably powerful version of the deck. The European WCQ would follow this a week later, and for the most part, the meta
For this one, we didn't have Shockmaster yet. We didn't have Shockmaster yet, yeah. But this is where finally Wind-Up reigned supreme in Europe. This is where finally we understood. And I was also part of this one. I was part of the 10 Wind-Ups, 10 proud Wind-Up representers. Finally, people realized it was the best deck.
was what was expected, with the big three and Chaos Dragon taking the majority of representation. Watts would see a top here, primarily building itself as a stun and chip down deck, with Watt Hopper providing access to the Watt Lock and everything else being either a stall tool or direct attack chip damage to win the game slowly. Notably, Card D makes an appearance yet again as a stall strategy tool, which would only grow from here. Stefano Mamoli would take the event with Windup, integrating a couple of the newer Jin Exceeds into his lineups, but aside from that being fairly standard. This event would kick off the WCQ circuit for the year, which would pick up quickly, but would first be interrupted by this year's swing at the yearly reprint set with a fun new twist.
Ooh, Hidden Arsenal, what is that, 3? What is that, reprints?
Gold Series
Gold
Haunted
Series,
Mine.
okay.
Release date, June 7th,
Barkion was out already.
2012. Set type, reprint set. Major strategies, staples of the last year. Impact, a unique rarity, only of its kind. Haunted Mine is an interesting experiment in the long line of Gold Series packs, as it was to this
Which one? Is this already... Are gold rares already ugly at this point? Because, like, the very old gold rares are fine. Is this where they start being ugly?
The only time we've seen the
Or are they
unique
still okay?
rarity of Ghost Gold rares
The
being
gold
reserved for the one
ghosts,
card
right.
of each super
I didn't
type,
like these that much, but they're not ugly. But I'm not a huge fan of them.
with the exception of Exceeds, being interesting in their selections. The cards printed in Ghost Gold here included Blue Eyes, Gores, Herald of Perfection, Naturia Barkion, MST, and Solemn Judgment.
It's a shame that they don't show them, but it's like the reason I didn't like them was because I didn't like that, like the picture was like super silvery white and then the border was gold, which I didn't think it fit. I didn't think it fit that it had two different like such dominant colors on the same thing. That's why I didn't like them.
With some being staples, but other being downright odd compared to what could have taken their slot, specifically in the case of Barkion. Other notable reprints from this year's Gold Series were Fabled Grimro, Master Hyperion,
It's not a
Grapha,
great gold
Bryonic,
series for
Naturia
that
Beast,
year.
Formula Synchron, Beredo,
It's got some
Utopia,
stuff in it, but
Dark
like,
Hole, and
nothing
Starlight Road,
super
being more
meta-relevant.
meta-relevant than last year's, but still being a bit light on the reprints expected of it. The Oceania WCQ would take place a week later on June 14th, and a point of note, the coverage of these events is almost non-existent outside of Konami's official coverage, which was not done for this particular event. So while we do have records of winners and some top-cut compositions, we do not have deck lists for many of these. Oliver Parle would win the event on Chaos Dragon, being a fairly standard build.
Oh, right. I remember Oliver, and the other one was Jono, I think. I played against Oliver at Worlds, I'm pretty sure. He played Heroes at Worlds.
The deck at this stage, but aside from that, we know literally nothing about this particular WCQ. The Central America WCQ would be held the same weekend, and while we know the top cut composition, we once again are missing most deck lists for this event. Alvaro Gonzalez would take the event with 6 Samurai, interestingly playing a copy of Sheen Squire in the main as a way to provide battle protection for the various 6 Samurai pieces, and Zanji to remove specific threats. Ironically, 6 Samurai was about to get more support in the next release, but whether that support would be considered good is not really up for debate.
Oh yeah, that's so bad. That guy's bad. Thank God though, no one asked for good Samurai support.
Warlords. Release date, June 21st, 2012. Set type, structure deck. Major strategies, 6 Samurai.
No one
Impact,
wanted.
a single worthless new card.
No one
Samurai
wanted Samurai
Warlords is a
support.
bit of an anomaly when it comes to structure decks, as it's actually a TCG exclusive structure deck.
It was
which
a
became apparent
horrible structure deck.
when you realize it only brought a single new card for 6 Samurai strategies, being Shadow of the 6 Samurai Sheen, a 6 Samurai locked rank 4 that could detach a material to make a 6 Samurai monster's original attack 2000 until the end of the turn. Why? This is a serious question. Why? Shadow did absolutely nothing for the deck in the slightest, with the structure deck itself being primarily just a series of reprints for 6 Samurai, although most of the included cards were either already reprinted in Legendary Collection 2 and Raw Yellow Mega Packs.
This might just be the worst structure deck they ever made, unironically. It was just like reprints of cards that already had reprints and weren't expensive, one new card that completely sucked, like literally no one needed that structure deck at the
or
time.
were low rarity to begin with. Reprints included Grandmaster, Kizon, Inishi, Kaigeki, Elder, Dark Hole, Rhoda, United, Gateway, Smoke Signal, Dojo, Double-Edged Sword Technique, and Fiendish Chain, being
Finish chain's
all
alright.
around unimpactful. The South American WCQ was held the next day, and we'd see a fairly standard spread yet again, with a couple of odd decks breaking into the top 32 like Final Countdown, Machina Gadget, Black Wings, and Herald Agents. But unfortunately, we have absolutely no deck list from this event pulling these strategies from Konami's coverage of the event. Marco Oviedo would win the event with Windup, but his list was never made publicly available for us to analyze here. The North American WCQ was held a week later, and Dino Rabbit and Windup would affect
Windup just won everything, man. Rabbit just didn't get shit during WCQ season.
edge out the entire competition, with Windup taking the event piloted by Tyler Tabman, playing a mostly
The true
standard
Giga Chads just knew what's up. The Giga Chads, they just knew what's up. They knew it was Windup all along. They all knew it was Windup.
list at this stage, but notably played Instant Fusion for access to both
Only the
rank
two
3
heads
and 5
played
lines
Rabbit.
to help with consistency. This would be the last WCQ event before Worlds, but between now and then, there were a couple of set releases that would break up the pace of the meta just slightly with a mostly unimpactful set release.
That's another Hidden Arsenal. 4?
Hidden
Five?
Arsenal 6,
Six already.
Omega Exceed. Release date, July 24th,
Daigusto
2012.
Phoenix is, like,
set type,
relevant
deck
somewhat.
building set.
5
Major
years later.
strategies, dual terminal Gen 2 Wave 2. Impact, more useful pieces than last time. Hidden Arsenal 6, while being better than 5 before it, still brought very little to the game as a whole, as 5 was such a low bar that even 2 pieces of generically good support would have done the trick. Out of the 6 archetypes, the only one that didn't receive any playable cards here was Steel Swarm, seeing more subpar
Swarms are
tribute engine
so
pieces.
bad, man.
Laval finally got their play starter they needed in Volcano Handmaiden, who can send a Laval from deck to grave when sent to grave with another Laval already in grave, meaning you can send all copies of Handmaiden to grave off of her effect before binning another Laval. While this seems unimpressive on the surface, Handmaiden has 200 defense, meaning that by doing this you could set up a massive rekindling play for 3 level 1
It was
tuners,
never
finding
meta
usage in some
relevant, but
Quasar
that card
builds.
was
Vylon would receive mostly standard, unimpressive pieces, but they also received Desigma, a 3-material rank 4 that could detach a material to
Sigma?
equip an opponent's monsters to itself, gaining a Catastor-like effect when battling monsters of that attribute, seeing some play in rank 4 decks.
Bro, I think it needs
Gishki
3
would
level
receive
4s.
Vision, the ritual monster search companion to Shadow, and Gust Kraken, a level 6 ritual that shuffles a card from the opponent's hand into the deck
Okay,
on
those were
ritual
actually,
summon.
like,
That
good
second
cards.
one probably set off some red flags immediately. And yes, a loop was discovered with the
Yeah.
monster,
Hieratic
but it wouldn't be
Gishki
available for the TCG until 2013, and even then the loop would be hit far prior to it becoming an issue. Gusto would receive a new rank 2 in Phoenix, who could attach a material to make itself able to attack twice that turn, seeing play as a staple rank 2 boss. Lastly, Gem Knight received probably the most basic playable card they could have in Gem Knight Pearl, a
It was
rank 4
playable because it was just bigger than Utopia. Like, some people played it. Some decks played it because it was bigger than Utopia.
with 2600 attack
Literal
and no
vanilla
effect, seeing
Exceed.
play as the largest rank
And
4
it
body
could-
in the game for
You know
attacking
why it was actually relevant? It's because it couldn't be Fiendish chained.
over threats. A couple of weeks later on August 10th,
Like, that
the
was
first
actually
wave of this year's
actually
collectible
playable,
tins
'cause,
would
like, if
drop,
your opponent
bringing
had a
waves
Fiendish
of
chain,
new
you could play
promo
around it.
reprints to the masses, with reprints of the Volsar Dolka, Gen X Neutron, Scrap Dragon, Wind-Up Zenmains, Wind-Up Rabbit, Evolzar Logia, and an
Those are
early
good
introduction
reprints. Now
to
we're
Heroic
talking.
Champion Excalibur, the cover card of the next core set due out later that month. That same weekend, the
Oh.
2012 World
That's me. Somewhere. Here. There I am.
Championships would take place, and with the top 8 showcase, a massive shift would appear to have taken place, but clarification is absolutely critical here.
Yeah.
With the World Championships, the OCG and TCG card pool has to be consolidated to ensure fairness across the board, meaning any cards that are currently OCG or TCG exclusive are banned for this event.
Yeah,
Because
so basically, no wind-up rabbit, no wind-up, I think shark or fact, I think shark. No shark, no wind-up rabbit, no tour guide. So basically, the only playable deck was Insector, pretty much. Jarrell Winston is the freaking legend for bringing Exodia to this event and topping with it.
Because of this, Tour Guide from the Underworld was banned for this one event, as it was a TCG exclusive at the time, which put both Windup and Dino Rabbit at a severe handicap, as Windup lost its easiest rank 3 enabler for the loop startup, and Dino Rabbit lost access to Leviair for bringing back the Rabbit, leaving Inzektor as the only unaffected deck of the big three. Another extremely interesting sighting here was Exodia, piloted by Jarrell Pro Winston, making it all the way into top 8 of Worlds here, thanks to all of the various stall and draw tools from across the years.
Gift card to give your opponents life points to draw more cards with Hope for Escape, man. Holy. So basically, the idea is just you keep skipping your opponent's battle phases with like Swift Scarecrow, Threatening Roar of Aboku, One Day of Peace, right? Keep not letting your opponent kill you. Draw cards with Reckless Greed, Jar of Greed, Yada, Hope for Escape, and Accumulated Fortune until you have the freaking thing in your hand. So like a stall Exodia deck, pretty much.
With Hope for Escape specifically being extremely powerful, as standardly, after you've resolved your upstarts, gift cards, and taken a couple of hits, you could potentially draw 6 to 8 cards off of a resolved Hope, giving the deck an insane amount of burst draw power we hadn't seen before. Saito Akikazu of Japan would take the
This is him, man. This is the dude. This is the Heavy Storm. This is the Card Trooper. And this is the Dark Arm that killed me, man.
Event with Inzektor.
It's
notably
fine, though. I didn't deserve to win this world championship anyways. I was kind of there randomly. Like, it was like, I wasn't bad at the time. But I also wasn't like, I wasn't that good, right? I just got very lucky at Euros. And then at Worlds it was just like Inzektor, Mirror Match, Fiesta and all that. But like yeah, it was fine looking back. This was the year and this was the event that really sparked my love for competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Like after I made it to Worlds, I never missed the European YCS in 11 years now. Like that was the event that sparked it for me, right? Because I feel like it was because I got so close but didn't get there quite.
Playing the standard 1-of Zecalibur in his list and citing Really Eternal Rest to counter out the mirror match, claiming this year's title of World Champion. This would lead into the next core set releasing 2 weeks later, and it would be a sort of catalyst into player thinking, as the pack's color was green.
Uh-oh. Oh god.
Return of the Duelist. Release date, August 24th, 2012. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Prophecy, Madolche, Geargia. Impact, a slow burn reboot to the meta. Return of the Duelist would be the arguable start of the green pack equals broken debate, as while it may not have appeared to be on the first release, in retrospect, Return would introduce 3 different archetypes that would go on to define the metagame in some shape or form for the next few years. The first of these would be Prophecy, which is technically 2 intertwined archetypes, being Prophecy, a series of spellcasters centered around chaining various spells together for massive effect, and the Spellbooks, a series of spell cards that each provide some kind of benefit to spellcasters. This first wave included Spellbook Magician, the one card that is a member of both archetypes, able to search a spell.
I do think outside of Spellbook of Judgment, which is a card that I hated back then, Spellbooks was really, really cool. And a lot of people don't know, but like Spellbook actually was very playable for a long time before Judgment came out. Like there was a period where Spellbook was able to compete before it got thing. It was a very, very grindy deck. And it wasn't tier 1, but it was very playable. It would like aim to outgrind the opponent with like Spellbook Tower and Spellbook of Fate every turn and all that, and like a little bit of High Priestess, a little bit of Spellbook of Power attacking over your stuff. It was a super, super grindy deck. I never played it myself actually, but I played against it at a couple of tournaments. It was during Mermail format, which I guess is towards the end of this year. But yeah.
Spellbook spell card on normal summon. Temperance, who contribute itself the turn you use a Spellbook spell to search for a level 5 or higher light or dark spellcaster from deck. High Priestess, able to special summon herself from hand by revealing 3 spellbooks in hand, able to banish one from hand or grave to pop a card on field. Secrets, able to search a spellbook card, which could include Spellbook Magician. Power, able to boost a spellcaster by 1000 attack and search a spellbook.
I always found it kind of funny how all the spellbook artworks are all so lazy because they are all the same template, but sometimes they are just mirrored and slightly different coloring and patterns on the thing, but it's all the same artwork. It's all the same. Like, you see that? It's like if you give someone the coloring book with that thingy on it and they just color it differently and all of that is a different artwork. It's just like a coloring book that's slightly different colored, you know?
If it destroyed a monster in battle that turn. Life, which banishes a
Except for
spellcaster
Spells of
from
Life.
grave and reveals a spellbook in hand to revive a spellcaster. Wisdom, which makes a
Wisdom.
spellcaster immune to either spells
Maybe
or
it's
traps
not all of them. I take it back. It's only some of them.
that turn. And Crescent, a TCG exclusive that can reveal 3 different spellbooks in deck to have the opponent add 1 at random to your hand, but only if you have no spellbooks in grave. Prophecy would fail to break into the meta initially, but a baseline for a powerful resource loop was present with this first wave, already able to guarantee at least 2 searches thanks to secrets.
I guess it's only maybe it's only power and secrets, but okay, that makes it even more funny though. If it's like all of them are different, but these two have the same exact template but flipped.
And Blue Boy. Madolche was a series of earth monsters that all had effects to shuffle themselves back into deck when destroyed, with Mufule summoning another Madolche from hand on normal summon, Mageline searching a Madolche on normal summon, Puddingcess gaining 800 attack and defense while there are no monsters in grave, able to pop a card on field after it battles a monster, and Chateau, a field spell that shuffles all Madolches from grave back into deck on activation, boosts Madolches by 500 attack and defense, and made all Madolches shuffle back effects instead add back to your hand. While promising, Madolche at this stage just poised itself as an infinite conga line of decently powerful monsters, with the hardest part of the deck being that monsters used for Exceed material and then being sent to grave would clog their no monsters in grave game plan, causing the deck to fall flat for now.
It was
but
a
the
little
pieces
awkward.
for something were
Madolche.
there. Yugioh was the last of the 3 new big archetypes,
no, man.
a series of level 3 and 4 earth machines tailored for Exceed spam. These included Accelerator, who could special summon itself from hand if you controlled a Yugioh, recurring a Yugioh when sent from field to grave, Armor, who searches a Yugioh on flip and could flip itself
The artwork on these guys is so wonky. I love it, but I hated the deck.
face down once per turn, Arsenal, who contributed itself to special summon a Yugioh from deck, and Gear Gigantex, a machine-locked rank 4 that could detach a material to search for a
Actually,
level 4.
I don't think I hated the deck. I just hated that when I was playing Hat in 2014 and they set freaking Yugioh armor, you lost the game. Maybe it's just my frustration from 2014 playing against Yugioh. I don't actually have an issue with the deck because it was never like that problematic. It was just when you played against Yugioh with Hat and they set armor, you left. And it wasn't even like you immediately lost. It was like a slow death, flip armor every turn, man. You can't out it. You die like 30 minutes later kind of
or
thing.
lower machine once per turn, able to special summon a level 3 or lower Yugioh from grave when it leaves the field. Yugioh would see the most short-term success of these
That's
3,
probably why.
finding homes in all manner of earth machine strategies like Machina, Gadget, and Karakuri, being a neat fit, especially with their Exceed synergizing with all of these well. On to the one-offs. Atlantean Attack Squad was a slightly too early piece of support for an upcoming release, able to boost itself by 800 attack if you controlled a fish, sea serpent, or aqua monster, instantly becoming the new go-to target for Diva. Grand Soil the Elemental Lord was a new boss for Earth strategies, able to special summon itself if you had
Grand Soil's
exactly
good card.
5 Earth monsters in grave, able to revive a monster in either grave on summon, and skip the battle phase of your next turn when it left the field. This card in particular would be a bit of a contentious point as we move into the next few YCSs, which we'll cover soon, where Arfthau could search a level 1 monster from your deck, taking 2000 if you did not normal summon it that turn, being useful as a generic search for a level 1 starter in the future, but for now finding a home in Piper Chaos. Lastly, Soul Drain was a new Skill Drain-esque card that locked the activation of grave and banished effects, seeing side deck play as a counter for various strategies. 3 days later, the next weekly Shonen Jump Alpha promo would be legalized for use, being the final of the 3 Egyptian god cards, Slifer the Sky Dragon, completing the trifecta and being arguably an alternative for decks already teching in a copy of Obelisk, able to snipe any monster with 2000 or less attack that's summoned. 4 days after this,
you said it was an alternative. I don't remember seeing that card on the field in a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh game ever.
On September 1st, the ban list would be updated yet again to affect a shift in the meta dominated by the same decks from
in Obelisk. Oh yeah. Not at this time, I don't think, but there was in Dragon Ruler, you could play Obelisk. People did.
months on end at this point. Newly banned were Bryonic and Future Fusion, with the former being a generic
I was so happy when they banned Future Fusion.
synchro that's been played since release, and the latter being an integral piece of Chaos Dragons, being the piece that pushed the deck over the edge of power that made it so prevalent in the meta. Limits were Chaos Sorcerer and Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, hits to Chaos Dragons, Evagishki Gust Kraken, a preemptive hit to the Loop deck, Inzektor Dragonfly and Hornet, massive hits to the world-winning strategy.
They murdered Inzektors.
Wind-Up Carriers and Mighty, a major hit to the power of the Wind-Up Hand Loop, Ultimate Offering, a hit to the Exceed Spam capabilities of gadgets, and Spore and Tsukiyomi, returning from the banned section. Newly semi-limited were Rescue Rabbit and Tour Guide, both hits to Dino Rabbit.
They did, as non-impactful as the previous ban list was, this one was pretty damn huge. Even though I will say Rabbit still got off kind of easy with double Rabbit, double Tour Guide. Like, Wind Up and Inzektor definitely were hit harder than Rabbit.
With Tour Guide being a hit to most decks in the meta, A Hero Lives an E-Emergency Call, hits to the Hero Beat variants, specifically Bubble Beat, Hieratic Seal of Convocation, a hit to Hieratic, which seemed odd since the deck had yet to top a major event, Pot of Duality, a hit to the generic consistency card, and Kalut, Debris Dragon, Agent Earth, Reasoning, and Mirror Force, all returning from Limited. Lastly, unlimited here were Necrogardna, Marshmallow, Destiny Draw, E-Telly, Level Limit Area B, Swords of Revealing Light.
I remember people freaking out about Destiny Draw and Teleport unlimits because they were still like, they got flashbacks to Teledad format, but it was just fine.
And Magic Cylinder, being a wave of cleanup for the ban list. The results from the YCS held the same day would show how these changes affected the meta, being YCS Toronto, and the primary change would be
Wind Up was still very fine with One Zen Mighty. You just couldn't do the hand loop anymore, but you could still Shockmaster people. Like, it was basically, you would just shift from hand loop Wind Up to Shockmaster Wind Up. So that's why Wind Up was fine. Inzektor got heavily hit. Rabbit got hit in consistency a lot, but like Wind Up probably, even though I just said they hurt Rabbit the least out of the three, like I think they intended that hit to be bigger to Wind Up than it actually was. But yeah, Wind Up because of Shockmaster was just fine.
Erasure of both Chaos Dragons and Inzektor from the meta at large, but a few new faces would pop up here to fill the void.
Ooh, is this
the first
the
of these
Jeff
was
Jones
Machina
psychic
Geargia,
one?
making it all the way to top 4 on its first outing, showcasing the raw power of being able to search your entire deck off of a rank 4, and playing a very defensive back row line to back it up. The second, and probably most controversial of this lineup, was Jeff Jones's Grand Soil Psychics, which made it all the way to second place here, and most historians still have no clue how. The deck is full of easy access emergence.
I tried this deck after this YCS, and I also didn't really get it. Like, it must have been an issue of, like, people had no idea what he was doing. It wasn't that good of a deck.
Teleport lines to access synchro pushes, with Serene Psychic Witch in particular holding a powerful place as a floater that sets up the following turn's main play line safely by banishing the target you're floating into until the next turn. What makes it all more interesting is that every psychic in this list was an earth monster, meaning that the new boss of Grand Soil is fairly simple to set up, with Miracle Synchro Fusion providing a late game push into Ultimate Axon Kicker for both raw power and Grave Manipulation for Grand Soil setups. While this deck would top again after this, it was an anomaly that very few truly understand, and it was very much a top from the player, not the deck, baiting so many players that format into playing what was effectively a subpar deck for the metagame. This would be further shown by the winning deck of Wind Up, piloted by Joshua Graham, who notably adjusted his list following the carrier limit to be instead focused on the new boss of Wind Ups, Shockmaster. As it turns out, Shockmaster was unquestionably the best thing you could be doing this format, as almost every deck folds to calling monster effects in passing, stunning any and all response lines from your opponent, causing wind-ups to surge in popularity following this outing. Joshua would also be the first recipient of the new YCS prize card, Digvorzok, the King of Heavy Industry, retiring the previous Blood Mephist. YCS Guatemala would be held a week later, and while we'd see more diversity in the top cut here, Windup had comfortably taken its spot on the throne as the top deck here once again. Unfortunately, this is another event where we do not have many deck lists for the top cut, relying on Konami coverage to show what the top cut was even comprised of. Angel Flores would take the tournament here with Hero Beat, notably including Card D into his list and backing off of the Bubble Beat trend with the semi-limiting of the primary hero spells, pivoting back to Gemini Spark builds that came before. YCS Sheffield would be held the same day, but this particular event is weird to discuss compared to literally every other event this year.
They murdered Inzektor pretty harshly. Probably, rumor at the time was that it was because Inzektor was obviously so much more successful at Worlds than the other decks, right? Like, no one played Wind Up at Worlds, and for reasons, of course. And then Rabbit didn't do anything at the regular World Championships. Rabbit won the Dragon Duel World Championship that year. But it was that was the rumor, was like, because Inzektor was so prevalent at Worlds, that's why they murdered it the hardest out of the three.
Entering the tournament with a deck like normal, every player was given 50 random cards from Battle Pack Epic Dawn to build their 30 card decks, meaning that the event was going to come down to deck building and raw player skill. Peter Gross would take the inaugural draft YCS, setting the
I lost top 8 of that YCS because I misplayed so bad. I don't want to talk about it.
Bar for future sealed events by beating Rodrigo Tagores, another large name.
Oh no,
in the
not this
scene,
one actually, not yet.
YCS YCS would take place 2 weeks later, and with it we'd see both.
That was the first one, that Peter won. I was talking about the next one, which was YCS Bristles. I think that was 2013.
Chaos Dragons and Inzektors peeked their heads back into the meta with top cut appearances, with Chaos Dragons even taking the third largest portion of the top cut behind Geargia. Going into the list we have access to, Chaos Dragons had pivoted back to using Dark Flare at its maximum 3 copies to provide more reliable Chaos pushes, with eliminating a Sorcerer in addition to a full reliance on the Lightsworn core of triple Lila, Raikou, Recharge, and 1 Charge of the Light Brigade. Another interesting point of note here is Night Assailant, being an additional fiend target to have in the deck now that Tour Guide was semi-limited, which would be a hotly debated point moving forward. Inzektor would make top 8 here thanks to a pivot back towards the combo style of Inzektor, with Card Trooper able to potentially set up the grave with pieces like...
It's interesting that they didn't even play the Tour Guide to fetch the Sangan. They played Tomato to fetch the Sangan, which is probably a very odd decision.
Hornet and Ladybug, while upping copies of Zecalibur to recur Dragonfly once it had been used. Hieratic would make it to top 4 here, notably playing not only Card D to facilitate deeper draws to offset the bricks, but also Birdman to facilitate potential synchro plays into Stardust and Scrap Dragon, maxing out copies of Atum and Gaia Dragon to push massive board swarming. Junior Dorson would take the event on 6 Samurai.
The amount of events where we just look at some random top cut breakdown and it's like 1,000,000 Rabbit or 1,000,000 Tengu Plant or 1,000,000 whatever, and every time they cut to a freaking 6 Samurai winning the event, man. What the hell is wrong with people, man? Literally the last 3 recaps or some shit like that is always like, yes, there was 99.9% non-6 Samurai in top cut. And then they cut to like the one dude in the entire country that plays 6 Samurai. This guy wins the event. What the hell, man? Stop playing 6 Samurai.
Earlier this year by playing a copy of Zanji as well as a copy of Iroh to handle corner cases, with Blade Armor Ninja and Heroic Champion Excalibur both being solid extra deck inclusions here, to be made with keys-ons that are constantly being spammed out thanks to Gateway. Following this YCS would be another major reprint set just a week later, and it would bring something interesting to the table that would change a couple of deck positions in the upcoming meta with its inclusion. Legendary Collection 3 Yugi's World. Release date September 27th, 2012. Set type reprint set. Major strategies DM era staples. Impact 1 new card for stun strategies. Yugi's World was the third and probably most interesting of the Legendary Collection so far, as while its reprints weren't really meta relevant, it was a massive boon to the popularity of retro formats by reprinting various DM era staples that were currently banned in high rarity. Reprints here included BLS, The Gadgets, Gores, Dark Hole, Raigeki, Monster Reborn, Pot of Greed, Card Destruction, Heavy Storm, MST, Graceful Charity, Brain Control, Mirror Force, Toon Table of Contents, Sangan, Morphing Jar, Change of Heart, Harpy's Feather Duster, Solemn Judgment, Sinister Serpent, Mirage of Nightmare, Imperial Order, Torrential, Bottomless, the Gravekeeper Core, Dark Grepher, Book of Moon, and Exodia. It did also bring one more new card to the game, which itself is an odd piece of Yu-Gi-Oh history in and of itself, as it represents a major filler arc in the anime following the end of Battle City. The Seal of Orichalcos could, in exchange for locking special summons from the extra deck and destroying all special summoned monsters on activation, boost your monsters by 500 attack, protect itself from destruction, and prevent your weakest monster from being attacked while you have 2 or more monsters.
I remember people playing this in stun because it would make like all your shits 500 more, and like it wasn't actually that good though, I believe, right? Like I don't think it was actually a good card for stun. Like people would play it, but I doubt that it was actually good to play. Even if you were playing stun, you could have probably gotten away with like other, like it was probably going to be better to play without it, but you know, it was a field spell to get the Malefics onto your board. Yeah, fair.
While it sounds like a lot of drawbacks for a card with minimal upsides, Orichalcos would find a home in stun strategies, as boosting your floodgate monsters like Fossil Dyna and Ryo proved to be exceedingly useful while also giving a field spell that keeps itself active for your Malefic monsters, negating the need for Malefic Stardust's effect and making Malefic
Can't
Cyber
you get rid of
more
Ibli
valuable.
with this? Well, yeah, you can get rid of Ibli with it, but the thing locks you out of the extra deck, so what the hell are you getting rid of Ibli for?
This wouldn't be the last set release of this block, as 2 weeks later, the next structure deck would release, and while its contents wouldn't be meta warping immediately, it would quickly rise into its position as part of the next mega meta threat.
Ooh.
Realm of the Sea
My
Emperor.
love.
Release date October 11th, 2012. Set type Structure deck. Major
Atlantean,
strategies
my love.
Atlantean. Impact half of the next meta threat. Realm of the Sea Emperor is a bit of an interesting case, as the structure deck would bring the primary wave of support for the archetype of Atlantean, but it wouldn't do much on its own for the time being. The primary pieces here being Dragoons, who search the Sea Serpent if sent to grave to activate a water monster effect, Heavy Infantry, who pops a face-up card if sent, and Marksman, who pops a face-down card if sent. All 3 of these being able to trigger off of being sent to activate a water monster effect would lay
Now
the
give me my
groundwork for an
mermails, and
archetype
I'm
coming in the
happy.
next core set, but we'll get to that soon enough.
me my
Notable
mermails.
reprints here included Deep Sea Diva,
No,
Spine
don't tell me
Gilman,
about the reprints,
Snowman
give me the
Eater,
mermails.
Terraforming, Dark Hole, and Torrential Tribute, being notably lighter compared to previous structure decks. In addition to this, the last weekly Shonen Jump Alpha promo would be legalized here, being Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max, a rank 10 that can
Give
detach a material to burn for
me the
2000,
next
being
set.
exceptionally powerful, but the one strategy that could reliably make it, Dragons, just had their primary weight into it limited, being Red MD, so for now Gustav Max would be a sidelined card, but would have the occasional pop-up when a level 10 deck needed that last push forward. YCS Providence would take place a week later, and with it we'd see an odd shift in the meta with Agent
What the hell
suddenly
is this
resurging.
breakdown, man? 5 Agent, 5 Wind Up, 3 Gadgets, 2 Gadget, 2 Chaos Dragon, 2 Karakuri Gear. Yeah, okay, that's base deck. Chaos Zombie, Dino Rabbit, Fish OTK, hella based. Glad Beast still, bro, get over it. Gravekeeper, Lancer Frogs, Monster Mash, Zombie Monarch. That's
a major way.
This is the kind of meta breakdown you used to get back in the day after a huge ban list. Everyone just goes back, like literally a big ban list throws everyone back like 3 years. They literally go crazy and dig out the freaking Glad Beasts again.
With Agent Earth being semi-limited on the last banned list, the deck had a more reliable way to access Christia lines yet again, bringing them back in as the best deck in the game to utilize both Christia and Herald of the Orange Light. Monster Mash made another appearance in Top Cut here, once again utilizing Gallus and Birdman to swarm the board, but
That
this
thing's
time
sick.
also using new tools like Ghost Ship, Cyber Tannen, and Light Ray Sorcerer to modulate light monster counts in Grave for big power pushes. Lancer Frogs would be a new evolution of the previous Frog Monarch,
Triple
utilizing
Obelisk,
Sea Lancer
man.
with Ronin Totem to make large power pushes in addition to copies of Obelisk the Tormentor showing up as a frog end boss. Fish OTK saw a bit of reinvention here with Friller Rapka and Shark Stickers being the targets of choice this time, giving access to your rank 3 pool to OTK the opponent with large power pushes like Coelacanth, Giga Brilliant, and Acid Golem. Chaos Zombie would make it all the way to top 4 here, being a bit of a surprise as most of the big pieces for the deck were still hit heavily, but with 3 Call of the Haunted, Grave Revival is an easy thing to accomplish. Chris LeBlanc would win the event with Karakuri Geargia, showcasing Geargia's flexibility to merge itself with any other Earth Machine core, as Accelerator and Birdman can effectively make an entire board of Karakuris thanks to Accelerator's summon not being once per turn. Following a week later would be the second wave of the 2012 collectible 10s, bringing yet another reprint promo wave, this time including Ninja Grandmaster Hanzo, Heliopolis, Maxi, Tour Guide, Shockmaster, Rescue Rabbit, and Leviair, notably making Shockmaster legal to play in the EU now. With that said, there was only
we
one
got Shockmaster so much later. I remember now.
Set release left for the year, and to say a shakeup was coming would absolutely be an understatement, as its release was about to rock the format to its core.
Give me Abyss Rising, man.
Abyss Rising.
Yes.
Release date, November 9th, 2012. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Mermail,
yes,
Prophecy,
dude.
Adulche.
Megalo, Discard,
Impact,
2
a
Dragoons.
new watery meta threat. Abyss Rising was the last core set and the last major set in general for 2012, bringing a second wave of support for various decks from Return of the Duelist premieres, while also bringing its own new powerhouse archetype. That archetype was Mermail, a series of fish, aqua, and sea serpents all centering around swarming the field in various ways. This initial wave brought us Abyss Lind, who when destroyed on the field summons a Mermail from deck, Abyss Gund, who revives a Mermail when discarded, Abyss Spike, able to discard a water monster to search a level 3 or lower water from deck, Abyss Megalo, a level 7 that can discard 2 water monsters to summon itself from hand, adding an Abyss spell or trap from deck to hand when summoned this way, and able to tribute a water monster once per turn to make itself able to attack twice, Abyss Gaios, a waterlocked rank 7 that locks level 5 and higher from attacking, and can detach a material to negate the effects of all monsters your opponent controls with less attack than himself, and Abyss Sphere, which summons a Mermail from deck on activation, negating its effects on field, locking spell cards, and destroying itself in the opponent's next end phase. Mermail from here would see an explosive start into the meta, which we'll talk about with the next YCS. Prophecy and Spellbook will receive a solid follow-up wave here in Justice, who can banish herself in the end phase if you activated a Spellbook that turn to search for a level 5 or higher light or dark spellcaster and a Spellbook from deck to hand. Eternity, which adds a banished Spellbook back to hand. Fate, which could banish up to 3 spellbooks engraved to trigger one of its effects, with the most common being the Banish 3 for a non-targeting banish. Grand Spellbook Tower, a field spell that can stack a spellbook from grave on bottom of the deck to draw one in your standby phase.
But I believe it gets better after the next ban list, because like the next ban list I think takes out Wind Up, and then it's just like Mermail and Spellbook and all that. It's pretty base.
Master from deck with level equal to or lower than your spellbooks engraved when destroyed. And Star Hall, a TCG exclusive that gained a spell counter every time a spellbook is activated, boosting all spellcasters by 100 for each, and adds a spellcaster from deck to hand with a level less than or equal to the counters it had when it was destroyed by a card effect. Spellbooks once again would not quite be meta from this, but if the direction they were going kept up, it wouldn't be long until the resource engine breaks into the meta, especially with the power of Fate's non-targeting banish effect. Madolche would see a powerful second wave too in Messengelado, who is able to search a Madolche spell or trap when special summoned while you control a beast type Madolche monster, Queen Tiramisu, a Madolche locked rank 4 that can detach a material to target up to 2 Madolche cards engraved, shuffling them back into deck to spin away that many cards the opponent controls, not targeting for the spin back. Ticket, which adds a Madolche monster from deck to hand if you return a Madolche from field or grave to hand or deck, able to special summon the card instead if you control a fairy type Madolche, and Madolche Palooza, able to summon any number of Madolche monsters from hand, shuffling them into deck at the end phase. This wave would be powerful enough to let Madolche see the occasional rogue level success, but something was still missing for the deck to be consistently powerful, as its swarm potential was extremely minimal, with the best option there being Mufile. As for the one-offs, Planet Pathfinder could tribute itself to search for a field spell, which while not powerful now would be revisited in the future once field spells became more vital. Solar Windjammer was a level 5 that could be special summoned if you control no monsters, raising its level each turn, being considerable for decks needing a level 5 flood option going first. Molinglacio, the Elemental Lord, was a counterpart to Granol from the last set, just for waters instead of earths, and ripped 2 cards from the opponent's hand on summon, seeing play for the newly popular Mermails as a boss. Gagaga Cowboy was a rank 4 that gained a different effect based on what battle position it was in, gaining 1000 attack and dropping its attack target by 500 that turn when in attack position. or dealing 800 burn in defense position, which became such a common effect that the term cowboy for game became a regular occurrence, with players commonly burning their opponent for the last 800 needed to win a game. Forbidden Dress would be another alternative to Lance and Chalice, able to drop a monster's attack by 600 to prevent targeting and effect destruction that turn, seeing occasional play for specific decks in the near future. Abyss Dweller was a new TCG exclusive rank 4 that boosted all water monsters by 500 while it had a water material, and could detach one to prevent any grave effect activations from the opponent that turn, seeing immediate extra deck staple play as a counter to various strategies. Lastly, Bahamut Shark was an OCG import water-locked rank 4 that could summon a rank 3 or lower water exceed from the extra deck, losing its attack the turn it was activated, seeing play for specific exceed summons later in this era and into the next. YCS Seattle Tacoma was held just 9 days later, and immediately we'd see Mermail make an impact on the meta, taking 7 of the top 32. Calling the deck solely Mermail does feel like a bit of an injustice, as it's technically 3 major archetypes all smashed together, being
Was that the difference between Bestial Runick and Sprite for High Runick? I think Bestial has more non-engine against decks where Bestials are good, like whereas for Higher it just doesn't have room for non-engine whatsoever, so it's like not as good against Unchained and stuff like that, but yeah.
Mermail, Atlantean, and Gen X, weirdly enough. As the Atlanteans all trigger when sent to grave to use a water monster's effect, they naturally synergize well with the Mermails.
Doesn't the next core set have the Dragon Rulers? No, Dragon Rulers are like middle of 2013. I don't think... there was quite a while where we had a Mermail metagame. I remember at German Nationals 2013, it was still Mermail, which must have been like May 2013. I think it's like May or June where we get the Dragon Rulers, because they came out... Specifically in 2013, the Dragon Rulers came out between German Nationals and Euros, because at German Nationals it was still Mermail, and then at Euros it was Dragon Rulers. So somewhere it must have been May, June, or July.
Sending waters to grave for cost, triggering the searches and pops from the Atlantean side of the deck.
First with
in a similar vein, Gen X Undyne is notably useful as it sends a water from deck to grave for cost to search for Gen X Controller, meaning you have a normal summon that can pitch any Atlantean from deck for its effect. In addition to this, Abyss Sphere specifically holds a lot of power by summoning out Abyss Lind, who gets her summon from deck effect when popped by Sphere leaving the field, giving the deck so many ways into Abyss Megalo. On top of all of this, Molten Glacia is just another powerful body to add to the pile of insane power the deck can put out.
Actually,
but shockingly,
no, this deck was not wonderful yet. I mean, this deck I loved Mermail, but when I really love Mermail is when I believe it was, I think, Billy Brake or Jeff Jones. I don't remember who it was, but when they invented Mono Mermail, the one where you played Abyss Tias, because at this point you don't play Abyss Tias yet. After Mono Mermail, I was in love, man. That
Mermail would only get second place here. First place would be instead taken by Michael Stibbins on Inzektor, playing the more refined version of the combo variant here, and notably playing triple threatening roar in the main to buy a turn for Card D to do its thing. YCS Barcelona would be the last event of the year.
This is the first one I played Mermails at. This was also the first time I picked my deck on the Friday, by the way, because I distinctly remember on the Friday deciding to play Mermail, and then I had to pick up 3 of the structure decks at the vendors because I didn't have the cards, and I had to buy 3 Spanish Mermail Atlantean structure decks, and I played those Spanish Atlanteans for so long. I remember that very, very fondly.
3 weeks later, and while we don't know much about this event, we do know that a newer variant of an old favorite would take the day, that being Jack Brune's Macro Rabbit, a variant on the previous Dino Rabbit.
This was a pretty nice event because Jack Brune had been so close to winning a YCS for so long, and then that day he finally got it. It was pretty nice.
With the power of Macrocosmos slotted in, which counters all of these primary threats in the meta while not stopping your own cards, which would lead to the deck's popularity.
How old were you at that point? I was 17, I think. Yes, 17.
From here. Lastly for the year, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal Manga Volume 2 promo would drop 2 days after Barcelona.
Wait, I topped Barcelona with Mermail, but I lost in top 32 to Chaos Dragons, I think.
Number 50, Black Ship of Corn, able to detach a material to send an opponent's weaker monster to grave and burn them for 1,000, which would see the occasional tech slot in various rank 4 strategies. And with that, 2012 would come to a close, bringing the Zexal era into a full steam ahead mode as newer and more powerful Exceed strategies continue to pop up and
That was like my I remember a lot of this stuff very, very fondly because it was the first time, like it was the first year where I would like travel to big events and stuff like that, which is why I have a lot of like competitive memories of this year. Like before 2012, I used to play a lot of like German events, you know, I'd go to like regionals and all that kind of stuff, but like the 2012 was the year I started traveling, the year I really got into like big competitive tournaments a lot, and it was looking back, honestly, a lot of cool stuff happened. Some troll despair with the rabbit, you know, we don't talk about the rabbit these days, but overall, you know, pretty damn cool. Okay, once again, shout outs to the Law yugioh for providing these amazing recaps. Can't wait for 2013. The link to the video is in chat. Once again, give the Law yugioh some love. Subscribe to their channel, watch their other videos if you haven't seen them yet. Always really like watching these, and yeah. Other than that, the timing of that could not have been better because we've hit 5 p.m., which means we're gonna end it right here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for all the follows, all the subs, as usual. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I will see you guys again tomorrow. And yeah, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll send you guys over to Mr. Farfa. And yeah, I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. And thank you for watching. Bye-bye. Peace.